Committee will come to order. A quorum being present, the committee reconvenes to continue its consideration of the committee print previously noticed. The pending matter is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the chair. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, this is Luke from Missouri. Recognized.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, page 58.
I ask
Line
unanimous
4.
consent to waive without objection the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the past decade, we have seen a dangerous trend that poses a threat to the economic freedom our financial system is built on. This trend is the politicization of banking by both regulators and left-wing activists who pressure banks to cut off financial services to lawful businesses across the United States. We've witnessed activist groups push their green energy narrative by targeting banks for financing companies to provide jobs and affordable power to homes across America. The same groups have attempted to weaponize the financial system to target small firearms businesses just because they support the Second Amendment. We've also seen financial regulators under the Obama administration willfully put law-abiding Americans out of business. Operation Choke Point was an initiative conceived by administration officials to eliminate legally operating businesses by pressuring financial institutions to close their accounts. Not only is this morally wrong, but this trend can be catastrophic for the financial services industry and the economy if political views and social agendas determine who can and cannot receive loans. The legislation before us today, the majority is attempting to establish a small business lending program through Treasury called the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI. This program would provide money to states who could in turn provide it to financial institutions within their state to facilitate small business lending. My amendment would ensure states are not allowed to decide which lenders are able to participate in the SSBCI program based on companies that they lawfully bank. With each state able to establish a distribution plan, we must ensure that political views do not interfere with providing relief to small businesses. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. We must ensure that jobs are not destroyed based on political pressure. And I'm sure I'll go back to council my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If
Posey,
not,
Florida.
the question occurs on the
Posey,
amendment.
Florida.
Who seeks to be recognized?
Posey from Florida, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join Mr. Lukemeyer in support of his amendment. The proposal would prohibit states from preventing financial institutions from accessing money in the state small business credit initiative based upon their loan portfolio. I stand for this amendment on the basis of our commitment to freedom. Access to capital must be free if our fundamentals are to be preserved. Milton Friedman, the Nobel economist, put the matter this way. A major source of objection to a free economy is precisely that. It gives people what they want instead of what a particular group thinks they ought to want. Underlying most arguments against the free market is a lack of belief in freedom itself. Today, we face broad attacks on this very principle, and some want to act with bewildering inconsistency, hasten to deny financial services, produce a good that is guaranteed in our Bill of Rights, and at the same time, they expedite legislation to require banking services for producers of a federally controlled substance. Someone is selling a legal product, a 100%, undeniably legal product, then that person should not be denied access to credit or capital based on
Everybody needs to mute. You got to mute.
then that person should not be denied access to credit or capital based upon the preferences of those who simply don't like his or her product. By the same token, our banks and financial institutions should have the same freedom without regard. Yeah, I wish somebody would mute, please. Without regard for whom they have loaned money to. To act in any other way is to throw out the virtues of a free market, and with them, the foundation of our freedoms. I urge my colleagues to support the Lukemeyer amendment. For this amendment, I yield back for my time to Representative Lukemeyer.
Strike the last word. This is Roger Williams of Texas. Move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Roger Williams. Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to keep this short, but I strongly support this amendment. I'm one of a few members of Congress whose business was targeted by Operation Choke Point. One day, my banker called me and said that I had to close out all my accounts by the end of the day. When I asked why, they said they no longer wanted to finance car dealers, even though I had been a loyal customer for over 20 years. It later came out that this was not a decision of the bankers, but rather the government had come in and deemed that certain industries had a high risk of money laundering through Operation Choke Point. I can only imagine the pressure these bankers felt in order to ruin a relationship that they developed over the years with one of their loyal customers and good customers. Fortunately for me, I had other banking options I could use, but for many other Americans, that simply isn't or wasn't the case. The fact is, the government does not understand the challenges that Main Street America go through every single day to run a business. This should not be a political issue. All legal businesses should have access to the banking system in the greatest economy in the world. No industry should be targeted by the government like this ever again. I yield my time back.
The gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order and recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. With respect to SSBCI, this amendment would seem to disallow banks from performing any normal underwriting for a variety of risks a borrower may pose based on their loan profile. In fact, this amendment appears similar to what we saw by Brian Brooks, the former acting comptroller, in his midnight rulemaking to try to force banks to serve a wide variety of corporations, including fossil fuel, gun manufacturers, and others, regardless of the systemic and other risks they may pose. The Bank Policy Institute came out in strong opposition to acting comptroller Brooks's proposed rule. They complained that it implied that bank boards could not be trusted to make good decisions and noted that the rule lacks logic and legal basis. It ignores basic facts about how banking works in the United States and undermines safety and soundness. So I would urge all members to vote against this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No. No. No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed
Madam
to.
Chair, I request recorded vote.
A recorded vote is so ordered. A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, this is Ann
Who
Wagner
seeks
from Missouri.
recognition?
Ann Wagner from Missouri.
The gentlelady from Missouri seeks recognition. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri. Page 1. After line 2, insert the following. Section 4001.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment would ensure that the funds appropriated out of this committee are targeted, temporary, and tied to assisting those directly experiencing hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I agree with the Chairwoman that COVID-19 has disproportionately affected certain communities from a health and an economic standpoint. However, the bill that we're marking up today is not fiscally responsible and does not try to target relief to those Americans experiencing COVID hardships. Throughout the bill, there are a wide range of sunset dates where federal funds would be accessible for COVID response until sometimes years and years after this pandemic will have passed. For example, rental assistance is available through the fall of 2025, housing vouchers until fall of 2023. Just for perspective, rental assistance will still be available more than 4 years from today. The world can and will change significantly in the next 4 years, and leaving these unobligated funds available for crisis response to a crisis that hopefully will be long gone is just not responsible. Congress is expected to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and allowing billions of dollars the American people expect to be used towards increased vaccinations and safely reopening our economy to be spent years after the pandemic is gone is not good stewardship. It is irresponsible. My amendment calls for any appropriated amounts in this bill that remain unobligated 6 months after termination of the presidential national emergency declaration to be returned to the general fund of the Treasury. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which is consistent with what is, I think, all our intentions here today and what our constituents expect of us, which is to get our economy back on its feet and allow people to return to work safely so that they can provide for their families while being good stewards of the hard-earned dollars that they send us in federal taxes. I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Juan Vargas, I move to
Who
strike the
seeks
last word.
recognition?
Juan Vargas from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. This amendment, unfortunately, would impact the Defense Production Act. One of the things that we've learned in this COVID-19 pandemic is that we weren't prepared. Unfortunately, when it hit, we didn't have the supplies, the supply chain, we didn't have the vaccines. Most of the stuff, or much of the stuff, was being produced and studied offshore. One of the things that we attempt to do in the underlying bill is use the Defense Production Act to make sure that we onshore the supply chain, that we secure it, and that we have the ability then to develop vaccines. We have the ability then to create and produce these PPEs that are so desperately needed, including N95 masks. We unfortunately wouldn't have the opportunity to do that if this amendment were put into law, again, because we wouldn't be prepared. For those that don't have large military installations in their districts, a little refresher. The Defense Production Act is used thousands of times a year by the Defense Department to make sure that we're prepared, that we have onshore the ability to build ships, to repair ships, to use to build the munitions and other things that we need to defend ourselves. In this instance, the enemy, again, is not using tanks, not using planes. It's a pathogen. So we must be prepared, and unfortunately, this amendment would once again put us in a situation where we wouldn't be prepared for the next pathogen. Now, we've seen the variants come, now unfortunately from Britain and also from South Africa, and we're not confident yet that we're going to be able to defeat them on the path we're going. We may have to move one way or another. The DPA, once again, provides us help doing this. So again, I would...
Would the gentleman yield for just a minute?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Representative Vargas. You are so kind in doing so. I just fail to understand how this affects the Defense Production Act, which I agree with you is so important that we tap and use during these kinds of national pandemics. I am just saying that any unobligated funds that after 6 months after the termination of a presidential national emergency declaration be returned to General Treasury. So this would happen not in conjunction with any of the pandemic that we're seeing right now. This would be 6 months after the president were to terminate the emergency declaration. So again, I just am curious as to how that would affect the Defense Production Act on this particular COVID package that we're marking up today. And I thank the gentleman.
Thank you for the question. I'll approach it in two ways. One, under Section 304 of the Defense Production Act, you can actually carry over $750 million into the next year, not more than that, but $750 million to once again be prepared for what comes in defense. This amendment, my understanding, would defeat that. We would not be allowed to carry that over because, in fact, it would have to be returned to the general fund. That's one. And secondly, the whole purpose of the bill is to not only defeat the pandemic as it is today, but also to prepare to make sure that we're not in the same situation that we were when this pandemic hit. So because of those two reasons, that's why I think that this particular amendment destroys what we're attempting to do. Not only attempting to defeat this pandemic, but prepare ourselves for the next pathogen that could potentially cause us great harm. So once again, I unfortunately have to oppose this amendment for those two reasons.
I believe the gentleman has a few seconds left if I could respond to that. And certainly, Representative Vargas, I would agree that at any point, a president could, in fact, declare another national emergency if we were to have a variant or some other crisis come about. I just think it's important that we be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and not let these things go on to 2025, 2030, making sure that we've got 6 months after a presidential declaration. If another one needs to be called, we'll do so. I'm sure your time has expired. I thank you for your kindness in yielding.
Madam Chair, Timmons from South Carolina moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind everyone that on March 16th of 2020, we were talking about 15 days to slow the spread. 15 days of people staying at home, staying indoors, limiting when they go out in public to slow the spread of COVID-19. We're coming up on a year. We're coming up on a year. And we're talking about spending $1.9 trillion, of which not a small percentage of it makes it easier to stay closed. We need to open the economy We need to reopen our schools. We need to do it as quickly and as safely as possible. President Biden ran on opening the schools within the first 100 days. And now the administration is backtracking and saying that if the schools in this country are open 1 day a week and only half of those, then they have met their objective. This is insanity. This is insanity. We must reopen the economy, and we must do it soon. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to Congresswoman Wagner.
I thank the gentleman, my friend, Representative Timmons, for yielding his time. I would also remind the committee that we still have north of $500 billion that has not been used from the appropriation that we put forward in December, which was a total of nearly $1 trillion, $900 billion. North of not $500 billion, according to the CBO, has not even been used of that money. There is actually even some money from the CARES Act from back in March that has not been spent. I just think it's incumbent upon us all to do whatever we can, as I said, to safely get people vaccinated, be concerned about their health and well-being while we get our economy back and moving and growing, our kids safely back into schools. I think all of our objectives that we want to meet while being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. A president can declare a national emergency for any length of time. And I'm just asking that any unused monies, especially the monies that this committee is dealing with today, which is some $75 billion of the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, that we make sure that 6 months after the president, assuming it would be President Biden, were to end this declaration, that we would 6 months later return that to the general treasury for other uses, or to pay down this astronomical debt that we're putting on the backs of our children and grandchildren and ourselves. I just ask that we be good stewards of the money and know that at any time a president can declare a national emergency that would kick back in, and we'll work on funding. And as again, I hope that certainly doesn't occur, but it is incumbent upon us to be good stewards of this money. And I thank gentleman, Mr. Timmons, for yielding to me. And as I further explain my amendment, and I will yield him back his time.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'll yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Perlmutter from Colorado
Who
moved
seeks
to strike the
recognition?
last word.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'll try to speak more softly for my friend, Ms. Wagner. I understand I've been pretty loud on this Zoom, and I apologize for that. But I do want to respond to a couple things that she said, Madam Chair, that I think are just sort of missed the general point of this package that we're putting together. And one of the things that was telling was her use of the terminology timely, temporary, and targeted. The last time we heard those three T's, that alliteration, was by Larry Summers promoting George W. Bush's tax credit of some $200 billion at the beginning of the recession. So late 1990 or 2007, early 2008. And it was a tax cut of about $200 billion that nobody noticed. We still went into the recession. Even though it was timely, temporary, and targeted, it did nothing. And the purpose of this package is not only for the vaccine development and production and distribution, as Mr. Vargas mentioned, but it is also to deal with the economic fallout of this virus. And the lag time between getting hit by the virus and the effect on the economy, you don't know precisely what it's going to be. In Colorado, we are now starting to see our malls fall into foreclosure. A couple near me are, in foreclosure, in receivership, and we're going to see that roll out. So this isn't something where 6 months after the virus is defeated, that all of a sudden everything is roses. That this is going to be something that the virus has shocked the economy, and it will continue to reverberate for some time. And so I would just say to my friend from Missouri that I appreciate her desire to just set a limit of 6 months after the emergency is deemed to be over. But in fact, the economy is going to suffer for a much longer period than that because of the lag time with foreclosures and evictions and, rebuilding the restaurant industry and a whole bunch of other things. And so I would urge a no vote on the gentlelady's amendment. Hopefully I didn't sound so loud as I have in the past.
Would the gentleman yield as he's always kindly want to do?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, it is all of our goals to defeat this pandemic. But again, the amendment is very specific in terms of 6 months after the termination of the presidential national emergency declaration. I would never expect that any president would end the national emergency declaration if in fact we had not defeated this virus, if in fact we did not have our economy back on its feet, our children back in schools. I just think to allow pots of money to be out there into 2025, 2030 is just an irresponsible use of the taxpayer dollars. And I will yield the gentleman back his time since there's a minute or so if he'd like to respond. And,
Sure.
And I thank him for his courtesy and his intonation.
All right, reclaiming my time, and I thank the gentlelady for her position. I just think that ultimately we want to vanquish this virus. All of us are united in that, and the earlier the better. And that's the genesis of the national emergency, not necessary to maintain that thing for the economic purposes, although, as you say, the president could do that and just prolong it even after the virus has been defeated. And I don't think we want to do that. But I do know that there will be lag time and reverberations throughout the economy from this emergency that we faced with the virus. And that way, I think that the 6 months is too limiting, and I would urge a no vote. Thanks, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Ledger. Madam Chair.
Yes, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. I won't take 5 minutes. I just want to explain that a lot of the money here, a significant portion of it will be to redo ventilating systems in both in housing and nursing homes and medical facilities. The way the contracting process works on some of these disbursements will be lengthy. So even though the president may declare an end to the emergency, the national emergency, the refitting of the ventilation systems in a lot of these schools, nursing homes, and housing developments will still go on. So as Mr. Perlmutter was pointing out, there's a lag time between the obligation or even the recognition of the need for some of this money to be spent that will be beyond the 6 month deadline. I appreciate the spirit in which it was offered by Ms. Wagner, but I do believe the 6 month deadline in this amendment would be an obstruction to the timely expenditure and effective effective expenditure of the resources in this bill. So I yield back. Thank you. I ask my colleagues to vote no on this as well. Thank you.
Is
Madam
there further
Chair,
debate on the
Madam
amendment?
Chair, Ohio, move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be fairly brief. You know, as I listen to the majority on this amendment, it strikes me that the majority pretends like we will not readdress these issues at any time in the future. A 6-month limit today is reasonable because I guarantee there will be another bill in the next 6 months in which we will deal with this. And we've extended deadlines on PPP. We've extended deadlines on many programs already with regard to the pandemic. And I think that it's reasonable to set a timeline that we then re-examine at some point. So a 6-month limit makes sense to me. And it's not like 6 is the end all be all because there'll be another bill in a few months down the road. We did a bill in December. We're sitting here the first full week of February and we're already doing another bill. So there'll be another bill in a couple months, maybe a couple months after that. So I think it is a little bit extreme to go to 2025 on a lot of these monies. I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Gentlemen yield. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just remind the gentleman, the reason we are in budget reconciliation is because we can't agree. So even though there might be something offered in 6 months, the reason we are in this mess is because we can't agree, right? This is an extraordinary step that we're taking because of the inability to get anything done.
Reclaiming my time, I would tell you that every bill that has been passed, I would remind the gentleman, we've passed 4 bills on bipartisan votes, 4 bills. Now, did the majority party, did the Democrats get everything they wanted those bills? No, but this bill is a Democratic wish list, which was not negotiated at all. Every bill that's happened thus far has been passed with big bipartisan votes. I have voted for every single one of those. I would like to vote for this bill, but it's too much and it's not focused on getting the economy open, which is what we need for a sustainable path future for folks. I want to help people that are suffering, but the best thing we can do is move toward opening the economy. There's nothing in this bill that does that. And it guarantees we'll have at least 2 more bills, sadly, that are going to be really, really expensive. So, you know, I would hope we would adopt this. And again, 2025, there'll be 2 more Congresses elected between now and 2025. 2 more Congresses that last 2 years each. That's a long ways away. I yield back, but I would urge folks to vote yes on the amendment.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, Style from Wisconsin moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my colleague from Massachusetts in that dialogue that we just had actually brings up a really good point. Why are we here? How do we get to this point where we're using a parliamentary procedure of reconciliation rather than following regular order to move legislation through? And I think it's clear that there is an intent to have a partisan bill move through. It was only a few weeks ago, a group of 10 United States senators, Republicans, met with the President of the United States in his office, trying to find, is there common ground? As I think my good colleague, Mr. Stivers pointed out, we've successfully done in Congress. We talk a lot about the worst of Congress. There's times where partisanship gets in the way. We have our disputes. I understand that. But we've also seen 4 times over the course of the last Congress, starting about a year ago, 4 times Congress come together in a nonpartisan way, acting and attempting to act in the best interest of the American people. I had my views on some of those bills. Things slid in there that I didn't like. There was, $40 million for the Kennedy Center that snuck into the first coronavirus bill. There's a bunch of garbage that went through. I get it, not perfect, but at least we had regular order. At least we had the attempt to find some common ground. And what we saw here is a quick maneuver by Democrats in the House and Democrats in the Senate working alongside Democratic President Joe Biden to set that aside. The talk of unity is one thing, but the action of unity is really tough. And instead of working towards unity, instead of working towards coming together to find ways that we can work to defeat this virus and get our way of life back as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, what we're seeing is a process under the guise of the word reconciliation, which is just short term for how do we get around the Senate filibuster and do this without Republicans. And we're seeing that move through. We're working backwards on spending $1.9 trillion. And to scale that, we've already spent roughly $4 trillion. There's about a trillion of that is unspent. We've allocated $4 trillion, spent 3, and we got $1 trillion to go, all real rough math. And if you break that down per household in the United States of America, break down per person, you're over $12,000 per person for every man, woman, and child in the United States. So a family of 4, that's roughly $48,000. You could buy a brand new Cadillac car with that kind of money. But we're not done. Now we're looking at backfilling and saying, what do we do with $1.9 trillion of debt that our kids and our grandkids will pay folks in China back for? That's where we're getting a lot of this debt money from. We're going to be paying those folks back. We're adding another $5,600, rough math, per person, every man, woman, and child in the United States of America, getting us closer to $18,000 for every man, woman, and child, getting you a family of 4 crossing in the neighborhood of $68,000 for every man, woman, and child. So you could buy a Cadillac and have a $20,000 vacation to Hawaii with that kind of cash. We got to be targeted, as my colleague Ann Wagner said. We got to be timely. We have to be thoughtful. And as we look at the spending priorities, I just think it's really important to understand why we're here. It's not because Republicans and Democrats can't come to the table. It's because Republicans and Democrats are choosing not to come to the table. And the leadership right now is Democrats, and it's Democrats that are choosing to shove through a partisan bill. You can do that. You got the people. But I think we got to be real clear that this is, to my colleague Ann Wagner, I yield.
Yes, thank you. I thank the gentleman, Mr. Stahl, my friend, for yielding. I know you have just a brief amount of time left, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I think the point that we're making is that we have worked on 4 or 5 different measures in a very bipartisan fashion, and that is what we want to do. That is what I believe the American people want, is that kind of healing and coming together. And this is a package that is, again, being used with a parliamentarian procedure to be shoved through both houses on a clearly partisan vote, when none of the COVID packages that we've worked on, 5 of them, have done that. We want to come together. We want to work to do what's best for the health, the safety, and the economic security of our nation without saddling our children with untold debt in the future. And that means that we have to do this piece by piece with sunsets, not with lengths of time that go to 2025 and 2030. So I thank the gentleman for yielding. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I thank Mr. Stahl for the time. I yield back.
Right. I reclaim my time. I support your words there from my good friend, Ms. Wagner, and also encourage a yes vote, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
From Texas, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just remind my friends that the passage of the reconciliation legislation does not preclude bipartisanship. I have intelligence indicating that we have, on the basis of reconciliation bills, had bipartisan legislation passed 17 times in recent years, and would encourage us to work toward bipartisanship. There is nothing that prohibits us from doing it now. There would be nothing that would prohibit us from doing it at a later time as well. But now is the time, because the need exists and we have to meet the needs as quickly as possible. I want to agree with Mr. Perlmutter. Perhaps I'll say it a little bit differently, but not much. I think that the healthcare crisis is something that we want to end as quickly as possible. And I believe that a president might announce that the healthcare crisis is over, when it is over, of course, but in an effort to also help us get back to work. I continually hear persons speak of getting back to work. Well, when the healthcare crisis is over, we go back to work, and then we deal better with the economic crisis. But they are two distinct circumstances that we have to negotiate. The healthcare crisis, I want to end it as quickly as possible. Don't want to see an economic crisis, but it exists. And I'm not of the opinion that it will end at the same time the crisis that we have with the pandemic will end. My speculation is that the pandemic will be dealt with before the crisis that we have in the economy will end. And I think that we should give ourselves the opportunity to have the flexibility to help people who will still be in need. I want to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars, but I also want to be a good steward for the taxpayers themselves, many of whom need this help that will be in this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment fails to recognize that the effects of the pandemic will last long after the spread of COVID-19 and any new variants has ended. The underlying bill provides states and local governments with housing assistance designed to not only address immediate needs as a result of the pandemic, but also the disproportionate impact the pandemic has had on low-income communities and communities of color. In fact, this amendment seems to suggest that everyone will quickly bounce back after the pandemic ends, which is simply not true. For example, we may also need to continue to use DPA funds for the production of personal protection equipment for the national stockpile if it is exhausted, or for tests to ensure that COVID-19 brush fires do not reignite. And importantly, the SSBCI funds are specifically designed to support small and minority-owned businesses through the recovery, as they were used after the last financial crisis. Just yesterday, Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell gave a speech describing how far we are from a strong labor market. He said, and I quote, "Fully realizing the benefits of a strong labor market will take continued support from both near-term policy and longer-run investments so that all of those seeking jobs have the skills and opportunities that will enable them to contribute to and share in the benefits of prosperity." This amendment will also shortchange small businesses who need support as they and the economy recover from this crisis. Finally, I again find it curious that Republicans are suddenly concerned about the deficit now that a Democrat is in office, when they were quick to provide trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the rich. So I would urge members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio. Thank you, Madam Chair. The statement was made by my friend Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts that Republicans and Democrats couldn't agree. I would remind him or submit to him that the Problem Solvers Caucus, 56 members, perfectly balanced Republicans and Democrats, did agree that we should have an immediate vote on $160 billion to defeat COVID-19 through vaccine distribution. So there are some folks who are trying to get this done in a bipartisan way. I would encourage him and anyone else, perhaps Mr. Green from Texas or anyone else on the other side of the aisle, to opine on whether they would be willing to pause these negotiations and try to work with Republicans, because there are folks who are trying to do that, but we keep getting shut out based on.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield.
The
Sure.
gentleman yield. This is Green of Texas. I'd like to have a colloquy with the gentleman?
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. I think I've evidenced a willingness to collaborate and cooperate. Mr. Heisinger and I have been working on an amendment that he produced. I believe we've come to an amiable, amicable conclusion. He's not here today, and my hope is that we'll get some response such that we can make this a part of the record. But I've evidenced a desire to do exactly what you've just said. But it does require that we all have the same intentionality. I will yield back your time to you, sir, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And again, I would submit that, if we're going to be sincere about it, then frankly, we should probably pause this whole episode, because we all know that 1.9 trillion isn't a bipartisan package. We all know that. I don't think anybody would disagree. And then the claim about debt and deficit, I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll say it again. If we keep shoveling money out that's over and above the output gap, in this case 3, 4, 5 times, the biggest risk is inflation. That is the risk. And we are going to spiral towards it if this is how the Democratic majority is going to continue to operate. I've heard that reconciliation is going to be the preferred path for the entire Congress. I would submit to you, if
Will my friend, Mr. Gonzalez, yield? Mr. Wagner.
If inflation rises and the Fed is forced to raise interest rates to tamp it down, we've got a major problem. The stock market will plummet, housing values will plummet, asset values across the board will plummet, defaults will increase. Anybody who has a variable interest rate on anything will be facing massive problems. And so that's the challenge. And so this notion that we can just keep printing our way out of this crisis is incredibly dangerous and possibly destabilizing to the economy and the financial system as a whole. So if we're serious, let's do it in a bipartisan way, and let's do it in a way consistent with good economics, not pure partisan gamesmanship, which is what this is. And Ms. Wagner, was that you? I'll yield.
Yes, that was. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Gonzalez. I thank you for yielding on my amendment. And I too seek to work, as you do, and many of us on this committee across the aisle, do in a bipartisan fashion. Mr. Green, you and I have worked so well together on things like the Community Development Block Grant, disaster relief. I can speak about many pieces of legislation that my good friend Joyce Beatty and I have worked together, and so many of us. So we want to work on a bipartisan basis. But this is a fraud, and the American people see this being rammed through as one. I agree with my friend Mr. Gonzalez. We need to take a pause and come together. And the reason that we've had probably 5 COVID packages is because we're trying to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money and do this with proper sunsets and move along in a consistent and gradual fashion so that we are not wasteful of their hard-earned dollars that they have given us to spend and to use. So I thank the gentleman for his words. I will send back his time, yielding back his time, his last 30 seconds, and I thank him for yielding.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Taylor from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I saw my colleague from Massachusetts 8th District, Mr. Lynch, wanting some time. Mr. Lynch, could I yield you some time?
Oh, that would be great. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the courtesy. Thank you. I just want to remind my Republican colleagues, this is not ancient history. The Republican tax cut that benefited the rich was done through reconciliation. So there was not any kumbaya, let's sit down, let's work this out, let's pause this for a minute. There was none of that. You rammed that right through. You also used reconciliation to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but you came up one short in the Senate. So this is a newly found and newly created desire to work together that I find not believable. Okay, so we all know what we just went through and what we're going through right now. In terms of the situation within our institution here, the attacks on the Capitol, the inability to actually defend democracy and live up to our obligations to defend, to support and defend the Constitution. The very,
Would
the
my
very
would my friend Mr. Taylor be willing to reclaim his time and yield me 1 minute?
Actually, Mr. Lynch, I'll give you 30 seconds and then I'll respond to
Okay,
what you
sure.
said, and then I'll go to you, Brian.
All right, thank you. I won't need all 30. Look, I've been part of the Third Way, which was the predecessor to the Compromise Caucus, and I certainly embrace that spirit. But it's got to be a two-way street, and it can't be just, we got to slow down when a Democrat gets the White House. That can't be. It's a great strategy, but that can't be a deal that I would agree to. Thank you. I yield back, and I thank the gentleman from Texas for his courtesy. I really do. Thank you.
Of course, and just thinking through this, the response is, we've done 4 packages already on a bipartisan basis. So this is a well-worn path. It's not like some new thing that we've never heard of before. It honestly is the way we've done it in 2020. I would hope we can continue to do that in 2021. There's been a lot of talk about new leadership in Washington, and the new leadership, unfortunately, isn't taking us down the path of bipartisanship that we had for whatever prisons we have of the previous president. We were able to get 4 packages with about $4 trillion out the door on a bipartisan basis. I'll yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Sal.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I won't take the whole time. I just do think it is really important to point out exactly what you just said is during a point of time of national crisis that we're in like we are here during the pandemic, I think we're all best served when we find that common ground. We did it 4 times last year. 4 times Congress came together to help the American people. I didn't love everything in the bill. Other people on this probably didn't love everything in the bill. But I think that's what shows the American people that we're working to try to defeat this virus and get our way of life back. I think it's very different than what we're seeing play out this time. So I'll pause there and yield back to my good friend, Mr. Taylor from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Keystone from Illinois.
Who seeks recognition?
Keystone from Illinois, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
So I want to just make a few comments, and it's on this amendment, but it's really on the larger conversation about partnership and bipartisanship. There's no political party that has a monopoly on fiscal responsibility, that has a monopoly on quality, that has a monopoly on caring for our constituents. Every one of us here represents every constituent in our district. The body, we represent the entire country, regardless of who people voted for, what party they represent. That is the bipartisanship that we have to celebrate, because that's what this body does. We're having a conversation about budget reconciliation as if this is some bizarre tweak of parliamentary procedure. Let's not lose sight of the fact that 20% of Americans are represented by 30% of the United States senators. Shame on us in this body for insisting that we actually be the voice of the majority of the American people. All that reconciliation does is says that we pass something with 51 senators, a majority of senators, instead of some antiquated filibuster rule that, let's be honest, was designed because we couldn't figure out how to deal with slavery. And the only way we knew how to solve slavery in the Senate was to overrepresent land at the expense of people. Now, we're not going to fix the fact that the Senate is not a majoritarian body. We're not going to fix the fact that the Senate, even to get 51 votes, doesn't represent 51% of the American people. But we in this body do. Should we be bipartisan? Absolutely. Bipartisan in support of the values of the American people. If we can get to that point through bipartisan votes in support of those members of this body who represent 2 different political parties, that's great. But that's a coincidence. What did bipartisanship gain us in the last, and what did it cost us? What it cost us since 2008 was a massive over-reliance on monetary policy at the expense of fiscal policy. We didn't pass a big enough stimulus in 2008. Most people recognize that. The Fed has accumulated over $5 trillion of treasuries on their balance sheet because they had the ability politically to do what we couldn't. That's not a good thing. We have the opportunity to rebalance. We have the opportunity to be bold. We have the opportunity to right-size the right ratio of fiscal to monetary policy, and I will stipulate that you can do that in ways that don't blow up deficits. It's just a rebalancing. There's nothing wrong with that. What else did bipartisanship get us? Yes, we did pass massive emergency funding programs over the last term on a bipartisan basis. And in every single instance, we did not provide the support for state and municipalities because we couldn't get bipartisan support on that provision. So when I'm out in the district talking to public health officials, they are trying to contain this virus for everybody. And they don't have the resources to manage it because they didn't get the money for those resources because their budgets collapsed. Schools want to reopen. We all want schools reopened. And yet those schools are out of money because local taxes have collapsed and they need to buy PPE or they need to update their facilities. We need our police forces to enforce the laws that we pass. And yet their budgets are cut. If you dedicate yourself to shrinking government down to the size where you can drown it in a bathtub, you just might succeed. So we have to represent everybody. We have to represent that we all want to reopen businesses. We all want to reopen the economy. We all want schools back. And I hope you will vote for the right thing. But there is nothing to be ashamed of in insisting that we do the right thing by all of the people we represent, even if that comes at the expense of not getting members of one political party to vote for it. I hope you will vote for the right thing. But don't blame us for doing the right thing just because it appears to be partisan in this body. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
No. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
This was Ann Wagner from Missouri. I asked for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. And let me just see here. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. If there is no further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Is there any further discussion? If not, for what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's marked.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Stivers of Ohio. Budget reconciliation. Page 31, line 22, strike 2 and 3 and insert 2, 3, and 5. Page 32, after line 25.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my colleagues on both sides here know that our nation's homeless population has felt the pain of this pandemic very acutely. Homelessness service providers have also been impacted. Shelters have struggled to provide sanitary and socially distanced quarters to Americans who lack permanent and stable housing. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Waters and all those on the committee who've been champions in this area. Our committees provided additional funding throughout the pandemic to provide relief for homelessness and those who serve them. This proposal we're discussing today would provide an extra $5 billion to federal homelessness programs. We should make it a priority that homelessness grants go to local organizations who have a track record of using them effectively, transparently, and responsibly, namely those localities who have reduced the rate of homelessness. My amendment today would prioritize localities with a sustained record of putting federal funds to use and actually reducing homelessness. Despite significant federal investment and declining rates of homelessness in urban and rural areas across the country, I'm concerned about localities that have not used those investments as wisely and actually probably would not use these funds as wisely. According to a 2019 HUD annual homelessness assessment report, the Los Angeles Continuum of Care reported an increase of 13% unsheltered people from the previous year of 2018. The report showed that from 2007 to 2019, New York's homelessness population increased by 47%. This amendment would not take money away from those places, but it would prioritize for funding for localities that have a record of delivering for their clients and those who are most in need. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Who seeks recognition?
Oops. I seek recognition to vote no.
No.
No. No.
If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion of the amendment?
Recorded vote, requested
A
recorded vote.
recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of our amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, Stivers from Ohio again. Another amendment at the
The gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition. You have an amendment at the desk?
desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, to make sure they're passing out the right amendment, this is amendment on behalf of Mr. Huizenga from Michigan. I assume that the right amendment's being passed out.
We're still waiting for the amendment to be distributed.
No problem, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure the right one was being passed out.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Stivers on behalf of Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Page 43, after line 7, insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. This proposal we're discussing today includes $40 billion in new funding for housing assistance. If we're going to use that kind of money, I think it's important that we do it in a way that's responsible. My amendment being offered for Mr. Huizenga would ensure that those funds are used in a responsible manner by limiting the money available to any local government that is fraud or otherwise used housing funds to violate fair housing laws. That seems like a fairness to me, and why we would want to fund areas and local governments that have already proven that they will either commit fraud or will use the money to violate fair housing laws does not benefit the people we're trying to benefit. It's that simple. So it's a simple amendment that goes after waste, fraud, and abuse literally, and I would urge a yes vote on the amendment, Madam Chair, and yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment would prohibit assistance for localities with outstanding fair housing violations, thereby penalizing constituents who are solely in need of affordable housing. It would also prevent localities from receiving funding that they could use to help resolve such violations. While states like Kansas, Iowa, North Carolina, Louisiana, and Maryland tend to have few to no local fair housing enforcement organizations. States like California, New York, Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio have multiple enforcement organizations scattered throughout their states. Conditioning assistance on fair housing violations is not a productive way to address our nation's insidious housing inequities and would set jurisdictions up to fail at the expense of people's lives. It is also entirely unnecessary, as there are already enforcement mechanisms in place to ensure that localities with fair housing violations are held accountable. If my Republican colleagues are interested in enhancing fair housing enforcement, they can start by supporting the reversal of various decisions that the Trump administration made to undermine fair housing protections in this country. So I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the
No.
opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Madam
agreed to.
Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, this is Congressman Style from Wisconsin.
Who
I have an
seeks
amendment at the desk.
recognition?
Madam Chair, Congressman Style from Wisconsin. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry, are we still working to
Have all
distribute the
members
amendment?
received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Stiles of Wisconsin. Page 58, after line 4, insert the following.
Madam Chair, I move that the amendment
Without
is
objection, the
adopted as read.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of discussion today about how the coronavirus has impacted all of us, our constituents, folks across the country. We've seen it impact our health, incredibly so. We've also seen it impact our economy. People have lost their jobs through no faults of their own. And so I come with an amendment that I think is really reasonable. I'd love to see us come together on this. What it's really doing is saying, let's find ways to cut red tape, to allow American workers, American companies to innovate, to focus on growth, in particular at a period of time when unemployment is far too high, when far too many of folks across the country have found themselves unemployed. Let's make sure our companies, in particular in this case, our publicly traded companies, are in position to be able to navigate through in really difficult times. So my amendment comes forward and says, none of the funds appropriated under this section should be used to compel a public company to make disclosure related to social issues unrelated to what they're working on. Let's focus on what helps long-term investors, not activist investors. And let's prevent things that would just burden companies with undue costs. My amendment would prohibit the use of any funds to compel disclosures by public companies related to social issues. We saw last Congress, time and again, folks coming to the table to add mandatory public company disclosure requirements related to social and other issues. And some of these issues they're worth debate, but they're not all material to every public company. And materiality is one of those key components of our securities law in the United States. And we see a list of some of these disclosure bills. We saw one that came forward for climate change to labor policy. We saw one on workforce investment. And you really ask yourself, how are we going to collect this data and why add this burden on publicly traded companies uniquely? So it's not a burden that gets placed on every company in the United States. It's not a burden that gets placed on foreign corporations. It's a burden we're placing on our American publicly traded companies, which is just encouraging these companies to go private and then no longer be accessible to mom and pop investors, not accessible to people's pension funds or 401ks. One bill that we saw come forward last Congress required disclosures of workforce culture and empowerment and how a company generates a sense of purpose in the workforce, quote, a sense of purpose in the workforce. Important, but not really a SEC reportable event. And when we're trying at a point like this to find those efficiencies in our market, this amendment is a great way to prevent those kinds of distractions from moving forward. If we're being honest, I think we know that there's folks that want to do this and that inside companies, but SEC requirements is not the place for that. It's often what we've been seeing is an opportunity for members to put forward their pet issues. Sometimes you're seeing pressure on companies that aren't related at all to the information required for stockholders. And so my amendment is intended to really make this point in a time when public company resources should be spent hiring workers, investing in growth. Public companies shouldn't be made to make requirements more costly, make more costly disclosures that don't provide investors with useful investment-related information. Instead, we should stick to the tried and true securities law principles of materiality to ensure we're only requiring companies to disclose information that's actually helpful to the reasonable investor making an investment decision. I encourage my colleagues to support this straightforward amendment, and I yield back my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Stile, for offering this thoughtful amendment. For those who serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee with me, I know there's some on the other side, you know that environmental issues, energy issues. These are things that I'm passionate about, and believe that there's an appropriate place for those in Congress, primarily in the Energy and Commerce Committee and in the Science Committee. One thing we've seen over the years, which we all know, is that access to the capital markets, to the public markets, for everyday investors, the companies that are coming public, there's fewer and fewer of them. There are less companies on the market, on the stock markets today than there were in previous years, which means that we have this financial system. One of the things this means is that we have this financial system where your mom and pop investors simply don't have access to the same quality and type of investments as insiders. We kind of see this play out in the Robinhood debate, which I'm excited that we're all going to get to visit with that issue in a few weeks. But it all stems from this notion that mom and pop investors feel like, in many instances, they're playing by a different set of rules and the game's rigged against them. And the best companies and the best investment opportunities aren't available to them. And when we saddle companies, especially in a pandemic, with disclosure requirements that may or may not be material, though I agree are important in many instances, we're just going to push fewer companies public. And for those who are public, at a time when we need those exact same companies to be retaining the workforce, investing in their workforce, and doing everything that they can to keep people employed and attached to our economy, we're going to saddle them with even more cost, which of course could increase unemployment. And so, I want to again commend my colleague, Mr. Stile, for focusing on the materiality of information that we are asking our public companies to disclose, and commend him for this amendment. I hope others will support it. And the final point I'd make with respect to ESG in general, again, I agree that these are important issues, and there's, excuse me, there's a place to debate these. The ESG investment universe is $17 trillion of capital. And so, these things are happening. They're happening without mandates, without disclosure requirements that aren't material to certain businesses or even possible to measure. I think Mr. Stile highlighted that quite well. And so I urge adoption of this amendment. I commend my colleague for offering it, and I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam
Chair, Ed Perlmutter, Colorado.
Who seeks recognition?
Perlmutter from Colorado, and then I'll yield to my friend from Massachusetts. I'm going to make a quick comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And to Mr. Stile, there's some interesting pieces to your amendment, and I do think it's something I'd like to work with you on, really in terms of the long-term investing component that you mentioned. And Mr. Gonzalez brought up GameStop, and I think something in the markets we do always want to encourage is long-term investment. I think that just makes it stronger. But I would question whether your amendment is germane. I doubt that it'll get through our Rules Committee, and I doubt that it passes the parliamentarian in the Senate. So I would question its germaneness. The last thing is just a comment with respect to some of the things that Mr. Gonzalez has said about the specter of inflation. And just quickly, that specter has been raised now for 12 years. Since we did the Recovery Act. There is a lot of give in the economy right now, and I just don't want his comments about inflation to go unanswered. The Fed obviously thinks there's room within the economy. There's a lot of unemployment out there. There's a lot of slack in the economy. And so that specter of inflation that's been raised for a dozen years now has never come to pass. In fact, it's been pretty much the opposite. With that, I yield to my friend from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman. And I do acknowledge, the spirit in which Mr. Stahl has offered this, and there is a dimension of this that when we think about the nefarious intent of some of these activist investors, I understand that, and we did see some of it as the gentleman recognized in the recent GameStop situation with some of these hedge funds. But as a former union president and as a labor attorney, I do want to point out that we do have some white hat investor groups and activist investor groups, and in our state, they used the transparency required by these disclosures to fight child labor. Actually, we had some companies that were using a loophole in the law to hire young kids during the summer, 14, 15 years old, working at the racetrack. So I saw that as a way to get transparency, and we actually took legislative action. But I'm also aware that some of these activist groups are questioning, how many people of color do you have in management positions? How many women do you have in management positions at your company? How many environmental laws has your company been charged with violating? So there's a good government part of this and a sort of a white hat. I hope that's not improper, but a good person approach to some of these inquiries that are made by, quote, activist investors. And I would not want to see that activity curtailed. So maybe it's overbroad. Maybe yourself and Mr. Perlmutter can work on that and hone it down a little bit. But at this point, I think it might actually stop some very positive inquiries from going forward. And I thank the gentleman. I yield back to Mr. Perlmutter. Sorry.
Thank you, and I'll yield back to the chair.
Timmons from South Carolina wishes to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Timmons from South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina seeks recognition. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I just want to build on what was previously discussed. These are some important issues that I think this committee and Congress can address in the coming months and years. But we're talking about a COVID-19 relief package. These conversations are not appropriate in a COVID-19 relief package. Social issues, disclosure requirements for publicly traded companies, this is just not the place to have these conversations. We need to get people back to work. We need to reopen the economy as safely and as quickly as possible. I also want to talk about debt. And I know that Congressman Gonzalez is concerned with inflation. I actually don't think that we are going to have increased interest rates or inflation until the apocalypse comes, which is the global economy tells the United States government it can't borrow any more money. So sure, we're going to hit $30 trillion in the next couple months, and that's, I guess, going to be okay. But let's fast forward 5, 10, 15 years. Are we going to hit $50 trillion? Do we think that the world is going to allow us to continue to borrow money to spend beyond our means? Is that really something that this Congress believes is going to happen? And I'm not saying that we need to not appropriately respond to a pandemic. We do, but there is an appropriate amount of debt that a country can have, and our debt to GDP ratio is going to exceed 100%. And what happens when we hit 200%? In 2010, then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Mullen, said that the number one greatest national security threat facing the United States was our national debt. And that was, I think it was 15 or 18 trillion dollars ago. So we need to have serious conversations about this. We need to spend within our means. We got to get out of this pandemic, but we cannot get out of this pandemic without having these hard conversations about what is the appropriate amount of debt. And again, I was not here during tax reform. I have never voted for any spending except for COVID relief. So please do not respond with tax reform as the counter to my point. I do understand that there are some concerns with that, but I'm new and I will continue to beat this drum as long as I'm in Congress. And with that, I will yield back.
Will you yield 1 minute?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Congressman Style.
Appreciate that, Congressman Timmons, and appreciate your support. I just would like to reply to my friend Mr. Lynch and Mr. Perlmutter, their comments earlier. I think it's good when these companies report what they view is material to them. I think the distinction here is the federal government, the SEC, shouldn't have that burden and that requirement. And so this doesn't prevent a company from disclosing one, what's material, because if it's material, it's going to be disclosed by the company already. They also have the opportunity to disclose any other information that they feel is important to their investors. This just comes in and says the federal government shouldn't be, through the SEC, putting in place burdens and regulations for non-material social information. And so it's just a way to try to speed up our economy. Let's let these businesses and these workers focus on growing their business, growing our economy, in particular a period of time when far too many people in our community are out of work. And I look forward to the opportunity to work with both of you on thoughtful legislation going forward. And with that, I yield back to you, Mr. Timmons, or to the chair.
I'll yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
I move to
on the
strike the
amendment?
last word. Vargas, California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. To my good friends on the other side of the aisle, St. John talked about the apocalypse, of course, in the book of Revelations, and Christians ever since have been anticipating it. Has not arrived yet. But as it also says in the Bible, be prepared. But again, to my good friends, it hasn't arrived yet. And I'm glad that you are conscious of the apocalypse. We all should be. I have to say, though, there's an irony here in some of the quotes about this issue, that we shouldn't put pet issues into this bill. And yet here we have a pet issue attempted to be put into this bill, going against ESG. I find that ironic, of course. But environmental, social, and governance issues are important, especially for people of color like myself. Now, I do want to know if a company doesn't hire people of color, or if it does hire them, it doesn't promote them. I especially want to know if they hire women, and if they hire women, if they promote them, or if they don't. These are issues that I think are very, very important. Issues of the environment, of course. Now in California, we see that companies that don't pay attention to the environment can ultimately be liable for billions and billions of dollars. I would make the example, and I'd point out the example of some of the electric utilities here in California, public utilities, now on the line literally for billions of dollars for not paying attention to what's going on in the back countries of California and on these forest fires. So these are things that are very, very important. But again, as a person of color, I have to tell you, people might call this a pet issue, but I think that racism is real. I think it exists. I think that discrimination against women is real and exists. And I do think that companies should be held responsible. And to try to put this pet issue into this bill, I think is very ironic after saying we shouldn't put our pet issues into this bill when we're talking about a pandemic. With that, I'll yield back.
Is there further debate?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Taylor from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very appropriate amendment for us to be discussing and to put in this bill. I think that it is enormously important, and I think the United States has really benefited as a nation by having some of the very best securities laws of any nation on earth. And it's actually the hard work of the people that have come before us that have built those securities laws and built the system that we have today for the most advanced capital markets in the world. And I think one of the most important parts of that is making sure goes back to the word that Mr. Sal keeps harping on, which is materiality. Investors need to know what is material for them. And extraneous information is overloading people with garbage is a way to make sure that an investor doesn't know what's important. And so I think that having that is important for securities law. I think it's important for investors and ultimately important for workers. Because if a company's management team is wasting time filling out needless paperwork, they're not focusing on creating value for shareholders, they're not creating on new products and new services, and they're not focused on their employees. And so if we want to have a robust economy, we need to be efficient and thoughtful about the regulatory framework that we ask that economy to operate within. And I think that this amendment is keenly insightful in seeing that publicly traded companies are operating on a materiality basis. And with that, I'm happy to yield a minute to my colleague from Wisconsin if you'd like to follow up.
I appreciate that and appreciate your support, my good friend, Mr. Taylor from Texas. Just to follow up, what I'm looking at is how do we take this broad package, this $1.9 trillion package that is getting shoved through, how do we make it through a little bit better? We can do it by unleashing American entrepreneurialism, the American spirit of building jobs, of creating jobs for people, and we can do that by cutting red tape. I'm very sympathetic to my comments from Mr. Vargas and agree that those are really important issues. I think the question du jour, the question on the table is, should that be a reportable SEC requirement? And so many companies that I've worked for, I think all of them have tracked that. Many have chosen to report that in a way that makes sense to that company, to their investors. It's often a discussion in the boardroom of, I think, any reasonable company in the United States of America right now. I think the question is, should the federal government, through the SEC, require that information to be disclosed and then be subject to all of the SEC framework, which would include shareholder lawsuits for inaccurate or unreportable information. So I think it's actually a pretty important topic as we're in a period of time where unemployment's high, how we can get the American economy up and running at no additional cost to the taxpayer. And we can do this by removing some of the red tape that many of our companies are burdened with so that they can get on with what they do, which is grow, hire people, and ultimately provide services and products to all of us in the United States of America. And so appreciate your support, Mr. Taylor, and continue to urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back to you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back to you.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Caston from Illinois.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
So one of my joys of serving on this committee and with Mr. Stile, I remember when we met as freshmen, realized that he'd spent all this time in the private equity industry, and I'd spent a lot of time raising private equity, and was looking forward to serving with you. And it's been a pleasure over this last year. I don't know. I raised a couple $100 million on Wall Street before I got this line of work, sold some companies, as is the nature of people in the line of work that you and I come from, Mr. Stile. Probably participated in about 10 times as many auctions as we ever were one of the winners on. I raised that all to say that I got a lot more experience in raising money on Wall Street M&A than I have in being a member of Congress. And I have a small problem with your proposal and a big problem. My small problem relates to my limited expertise as a member of Congress, which is really just purely drafting. And I just want to make the point that my old chairman used to say that the way to be happy in the business world is to recognize that your sole purpose is to make lawyers rich. And trying to think about how lawyers are going to interpret this law. What is a social issue? What is an activist investor? What is a long-term shareholder? Is a long-term shareholder the opposite of an activist investor? There's some drafting issues there that I can't understand what you're doing, and I can't imagine we want to leave lawyers to suss that out. If that was the only problem, I'd say let's just work together and get the drafting right. But I have a larger structural problem here related to where I think I have some more legit expertise, which is that every company in the world wants access to dumb money. Information is power on Wall Street. Everybody wants to be in a trade where you know something the other person doesn't know, because that's how you make money. It's a testament to the power of markets that we've seen the spreads come down, because when those spreads come down, it means there's more complete information between buyers and sellers, and you can't make a ton of money in the ways that you used to be able to, because you know something about what's going to happen to this security that the other person doesn't know. The entire reason we have a financial regulatory apparatus from the creation of the SEC after the Great Depression was not to make it easier to raise money. It's always been possible to raise money. It was to protect investors who could be taken advantage of by people who are stronger. So we have an obligation to provide those disclosures. We as regulators, in the line of work we have now, not the line of work you and I used to have, we have an obligation to protect investors, to make sure that our prudential regulators protect investors, to make sure that they have access to information. And what is an appropriate disclosure is in the eye of the beholder, right? To my mind, an appropriate disclosure is something that better conveys the risks of a security, including exogenous risks like climate change that may be outside of a business. But if you're the insider and you know my business is exposed to this and it's going to compromise my ability to raise money if people knew how I am exposed, that business ain't going to disclose that if they don't have to. So it is appropriate for us.
Mr. Kess, would you yield for 30 seconds?
I'd be happy to.
Maybe what we're getting, what I'm hearing, and maybe the disconnect is the materiality threshold that exists in our securities law. And so I'd even be open to a friendly amendment to adjust this to confirm that it only applies to material matters or non-material matters. And I think that's an important distinction here between our 2 points is this information material? When it's material, it should be disclosed. What I'm looking at is the non-material information as deemed by the company, as deemed under our securities law, where we're adding additional burdens regardless of materiality.
I think in theory, that's a fine conversation. I think in practice, that's a really rich conversation that would take longer than a quick debate on this amendment to work into what that should be. And much as I think you and I probably both wish we had greater power, that's probably a conversation best had with the SEC and the regulators who live, eat, and breathe this stuff. So it's a valid point, but I think at core, putting this in right now would be to take away the power from our financial regulators that is their reason for existence, protecting investors. So I recommend a no, but I appreciate the spirit in which you offer it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment because it suggests that Treasury cannot set conditions on the beneficiaries of taxpayer dollars, even if doing so is in the interests of the taxpayer. There is nothing in this bill that directs the Treasury to set such conditions on, quote, social issues, quote, unquote. But rather, this amendment would prevent Treasury from setting any conditions at all if it was a cost to the company. But let me be clear, climate change is not a social issue, it is an economic issue. Diversity is not a social issue, it is an economic issue. In fact, this pandemic has highlighted that just how important diversity is in this country, as COVID-19 has disproportionately targeted, economically harmed, and killed people of color. These are critical issues to the future of our economy and will be addressed in this committee and this Congress. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, I
and the
request
amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded
Who
vote.
seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, Congressman Stile from Wisconsin, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Roger Williams of Texas.
We will pause and allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, I'm offering this amendment for Congressman Budd.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr.
Madam
Williams
Chair, I
on
ask
behalf
unanimous
of.
consent that the amendment be considered
Without
as read.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm offering this amendment for my good friend Congressman Budd because a few weeks ago, President Biden put a pause on all regulations making their way through the industry that could have helped businesses struggling through COVID that began during the Trump administration. For President Biden to say that he wants to bring the country together and be a president for all Americans, this action does not make good on that promise. I can only imagine how many hours were wasted simply because the Biden administration does not want to even try to work through a policy that was started to be developed during the Trump administration. As a small business owner, I know that certainty is key for Main Street America. They deserve clear expectations when it comes to regulations and rulemaking. To reverse the rulemaking process only adds more uncertainty during these challenging times. This amendment attempts to fix this regulatory flip-flopping by ensuring that any business harmed by this broad change in regulatory policy are allowed to still access SSBC funding. So Congress should be working to provide small businesses on Main Street with certainty and stability. Playing politics with their livelihoods when they're already reeling from the health and economic impacts of a global pandemic is unjustifiable. So I urge support of Mr. Budd's amendment, and I yield my time back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. Strike. I will withdraw my point of order, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. The gentleman's amendment would seek to apply one of the president's first actions to the SSBCI program, even though it doesn't apply to it anyways. That amendment was intended to reverse hundreds of midnight rulemakings the Trump administration tried to jam through in its process. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chairman, Congressman Alex Mooney, I have an amendment.
The gentleman from Mr. Mooney is recognized. We will pause to allow copies of it to be distributed electronically.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia. Budget reconciliation. Page 16, after line 11, insert the following.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The amendment is targeted at a concern I have that much of the money, or most of the money, flowing from the housing provisions in this legislation will go disproportionately to urban areas. There is, in this legislation, a $19 billion that is set aside for state governments, or you can bypass the state governments, and that funds can go directly to municipalities with greater than 200,000 people, specifically for municipalities, areas with greater than 200,000 people. The entire state of West Virginia has no cities larger than that could qualify for that, larger than 200,000 people. My whole state doesn't qualify for that funding. And I think a lot of rural areas don't have cities and towns and municipalities with 200,000 people. In fact, the largest city in West Virginia is in my congressional district. It's Charleston, and it has fewer than 60,000. It's 50-some thousand people. And that's the largest city in the entire state of West Virginia. So that funding is just disproportionately, and I think clearly intentionally, disproportionately targeted to cities, large cities, big cities at the expense of rural areas. And I know there was a lot of talk earlier today and yesterday, and I was at Joe Biden's inauguration. There's a lot of talk about unity. But when you put in legislation, you got to have more than 200,000 people to qualify for money. That's not unity. That's disunity. So it's frankly discrimination against rural areas. So my amendment specifically says that out of the $75 billion, it's a lot of money, $75 billion. Well, let me just state right now, of the $75 billion, only 139 million is allocated to programs in rural areas. 139 million out of the $75 billion bill would go to rural areas right now as drafted. The 139 million is 1%. That's 1% of the entire funding bill targeted to rural areas. COVID-19 has affected all of America, everyone, all Americans, rural, urban, suburban, everyone. This is unacceptable for my constituents and for people living in rural areas across America. If Democrats insist on another partisan, massive, untargeted COVID package, I would just at least ask that people in the rural parts of West Virginia and all of America get an opportunity to benefit from that money. So my amendment specifically would set aside 15% of the funds appropriated for housing programs in this legislation for rural areas. That would ensure that a little more than $3 billion, $3 billion, again, out of $75 billion program, $3 billion would go to people in rural areas across the country so they can be treated equally and fairly and have access to the much needed, desperately needed funds. So these funds will go a long way in our rural communities. The amendment specifically, I will read it. It says of the appropriated amounts, that relief for rural areas of the amounts appropriated in this bill, the Secretary ensure that not less than 15% shall be reserved for use to assist eligible households residing in rural America. As such, the term is defined in Section 520 of the Housing Act. And if you look at how rural is defined, basically it has to be less than 20,000 people to be a rural area. And in many cases, it's towns of less than 2,500 people, not 200,000 people. So I just ask, if we do want to show some bipartisanship and unity, I know the argument's going to be back that, oh, they can qualify for the state funding. Well, everyone can qualify for that. We don't have a specific set aside. And about 15% of America lives in rural areas. So it's only fair to ensure they're not overlooked by this bill. And I would ask for support from all my colleagues for this. And I thank the chairwoman for the opportunity to offer this amendment. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Move to strike the last word.
Who seeks
Williams of Texas.
recognition? The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I support this amendment. It's a big deal that would ensure that rural communities are not left behind in this COVID-19 relief bill. While there might be not be the population densities in many of the rural areas across the country, it does not mean that they have not been negatively affected by COVID-19. With so much money being spent in this bill, I support any common sense steps that can be taken to ensure all of this money isn't being funneled to Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, etc. Of all of the housing provisions in this bill, there is around $75 billion dedicated to housing. And of that money, there is less than $1 billion going to rural communities. This is a ridiculous proportion set aside for rural America, and we need to fix this right now in this committee. I hope that similar amendments would be brought up in other areas of COVID-19 relief. The needs of small business in rural areas are much different than their urban counterparts, and we all know that, as are there in the healthcare space, as we are fighting this virus on the front lines. I hope this common sense amendment will be adopted, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield my time back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. All states have equal access to funding for housing assistance in this bill. There's nothing in this bill to prohibit rural areas from receiving assistance, and states are to ensure that every community and every family in need of assistance receives it. In fact, I would point out that West Virginia will get $152 million for emergency rental assistance and $42 million for homeowners assistance. This is more per resident in West Virginia than my state of California. In fact, we also have dedicated $100 million to rural rental assistance and $39 million for rural homeowners, in addition to the set-asides for every state and territory. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
Those
Chair, I
have it,
request a
and the
recorded vote.
amendment is not agreed to. A recorded
Madam
vote
Chair,
has been
I request a
requested.
recorded vote.
All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk on behalf of Mr. Huizenga.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Gonzalez.
Ask for the reading to be dispensed with.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yesterday, our colleague, Mr. Green, offered to work with both myself and Mr. Huizenga on a compromise to our amendments to make sure that the smallest of businesses, independent contractors, and gig workers had access to SSBCI funding, which we appreciated. Now, agreement on my amendment couldn't be met yesterday, which is fine. I certainly understand that. But it is my understanding that agreement could be reached on Mr. Huizenga's amendment, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, so I'm offering this on his behalf. The changes, and again, this is my understanding, the changes offered by Mr. Green's staff are incorporated in this amendment, which now states that, quote, not less than $500 million are set aside for the smallest of businesses, independent contractors, and gig workers. This will help make sure that these types of businesses can get proper access to funding under the SSBCI program, which it sounds like is a shared priority for all of us, which is great, of course. And I want to thank Mr. Huizenga and Mr. Green's staff for working on this amendment text, and I hope that we can all vote yes, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green of Texas, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate your patience and the tolerance of all of the members of the committee. I am examining as we speak the language, just having received the last iteration, wanting to make sure that it's what we received earlier. It appears to be what we received earlier and appears to have the language that we suggested. So let me additionally thank Ms. Beatty, especially because she called something to our attention that prompted us to insert the language not less than 500 million, which means that this is not a ceiling now, it is a floor. And I believe this to be beneficial. Having looked at this and concluded that it is what we agreed to, I'm amenable to supporting this. But I do want to suggest that that this is an indication of the committee's willingness to be flexible, not just one member's. I think that working with Ms. Beatty, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the way you were exceedingly flexible in helping us to have the time to work through this, which took some 10 hours, I might add. I appreciate it very much, and would yield the time to anyone who might want to have some additional comments if someone does. If not, I then yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not,
I'll raise a question.
who seeks recognition?
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. The gentleman, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I just wanted to raise a procedural question. I'm assuming this is all in harmony with the larger reconciliation limitation and House resolution. Is that correct? Already.
Someone should mute, Madam Chair. It's difficult to hear.
So, Madam Chair, my question was whether.
Excuse me, will the gentleman, please,
okay,
everyone, keep muted so that we can hear the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was just simply one of procedure, whether or not this amendment was in harmony with the joint House and Senate budget resolution in terms of being in compliance, so that we don't inadvertently insert something that would be fatal to the process. That's all. I just wanted to make sure before we vote on this that it has been reconciled with the House Senate joint budget resolution, that we weren't inadvertently putting in a poison pill. That's all. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? Not. I withdraw my point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I support this amendment, and we do have support as we are coordinating with the Senate and the administration. I thank Representative Gonzalez and Representative Heisinger for working with Mr. Green and my staff on a compromise amendment. We all agree the state small business credit initiative should provide relief for the smallest of businesses struggling through this pandemic, including independent contractors and proprietors. I understand Representative Heisinger accepted a modification suggested by Mr. Green to ensure that the set-aside will be not less than $500 million, as this should only be a minimum, and I hope Treasury and the states will go above and beyond this set-aside to truly support the smallest of businesses. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Is there any further discussion of our amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Purpose that the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia to the amendment. Budget reconciliation. Page 37, strike lines 8 through 19 and insert the following. 2, eligible home.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things we've been focusing on during the past 5 COVID relief packages has been making sure the assistance only goes to those who actually need it. In the rental assistance section of this bill, it says that for someone to be eligible for taxpayers to pay their rent, at least one person in the household must have 1, qualified for unemployment benefits or experienced other reduction of income, 2, be at risk of experiencing homelessness, and 3, they must be a low-income family, which is defined in law as families with less than 80% of area median income. I think that does a fairly good job of requiring proof of hardship and targeting rental assistance funds to those who actually need it. Unfortunately, these eligibility requirements are not in the section of the bill that provides nearly $10 billion for taxpayers to pay people's mortgages. As the bill is currently written, there are almost no limits on which households can have their mortgage paid by taxpayers, and it does not require any proof of hardship. This simple amendment would take the exact same eligibility requirement that is in the rental assistance section and include them in the mortgage assistance section. It makes sense to have limits on who is eligible for rental assistance, and they should apply to mortgage assistance as well. I think every member of this committee agrees that we should make sure these funds go to people who actually need them, and taxpayers should not be paying the mortgages of wealthy households that do not have lost income. The proposed bill states that 60% of the funds must go to households with no more than 100% of the median income in the area. And if there are unused funds after 90 days, the funds will be reallocated to households with 100% or less of the area median income. But the definition of low-income family is less than 80% of median income, not 100%. and the December stimulus package, which most members of this committee supported, limited rental assistance to 80% of median income. In some places, the median income is $125,000, which are not low-income families. For the remaining 40% of the funds, there are virtually no limits. The only other restriction in the bill is that mortgages must be below the Fannie and Freddie conforming loan limit. But that limit is about $550,000, hardly the type of home that a low-income family can afford. Simply put, there is no reason why taxpayers should pay the mortgage of wealthy households that have not experienced any hardship. I ask all of my colleagues to support this amendment, which would simply adopt the exact same eligibility rules and proof of hardship for mortgage assistance that are in the rental assistance section. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on this amendment?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Taylor from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this pandemic hit us almost a year ago, tens of millions of Americans have lost their jobs, have had their wages reduced, and have struggled to work enough hours to support them and their families. With so many Americans desperately needing help during this tumultuous time, it would stand to reason that the assistance provided in this piece of legislation should be given to those who actually have been financially impacted by this pandemic. Unfortunately, the amendment in the nature of a substitute in front of us here today doesn't have that requirement. It places no limits on eligibility requirements for mortgage assistance. I want to say that one more time because that is actually, it was a surprise to me as I read it. There are no limits, no limits on eligibility requirements for mortgage assistance. That's right. At a time when millions of Americans are struggling to stay in their homes, this committee is proposing we hand out nearly $10 billion in mortgage assistance to folks whose livelihoods have not been impacted by the pandemic. Rather than ensure families and workers who desperately need to receive assistance, we're forcing a vote with unfortunately no input so far from Republicans to give an across-the-board assistance to Americans regardless of whether or not they need it. Mr. Loudermilk's common sense amendment would correct this egregious error, ensuring individuals who make more than the median income, which in some places is more than $100,000 a year, do not receive mortgage assistance. Without the Loudermilk amendment, as it currently stands, so as this bill stands before us here today in this committee, we are not limiting that. And so the resolution that this amendment seeks to correct that clear oversight. Clearly the intent was to provide limits for rental assistance. It should be the same for mortgage assistance. This, I hope, is not a partisan issue. I hope we can all agree that we're here to help those who need help and not just to hand money out to anybody who would get first in line. I hope we can all agree, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. Yield back.
Is there further debate on this amendment? Not.
Davidson
I
moves to
withdraw my
strike the
point
last
of order.
word.
Who seeks
Davidson from Ohio.
recognition? Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairwoman. I want to thank my colleague from Georgia for offering this common sense amendment. You know, frankly, I hope that it's the lack of conversation is a sign that it's so non-partisan that it's readily accepted. It'd be great to just see something adopted by unanimous consent. I will say this is progress. You know, a lot of the bills that we've had over the past year were simply brought to the floor. They were collaborative, they were bipartisan, but it was only really a handful of our members on either side of the aisle that were at the negotiating table. And so I think it's progress for us to go through committee, to go through markup, and at least to entertain amendments. And I hope that there's a sense that they can be offered in a constructive way, and all of our constituents can feel represented this year. So while a lot of the amendments, a lot of the bills that have moved through Congress this last year have been overwhelmingly bipartisan to deal with COVID relief, the negotiations haven't been. So now that we have a chance to participate more fully as a committee, you know, I hope that we can keep that spirit together. This really is a pretty low bar. It matches the rental assistance. It's for mortgage, literally building equity for someone in their home. Surely the taxpayers of America shouldn't be building equity in someone's home for them who doesn't have a real financial hardship. I think Mr. Loudermilk's gone out of his way to make that match other language for assistance. And, you know, it is an unprecedented time for our country, for our states, for our communities, for individuals and families. And, you know, this is a measure that, left unconstrained, leaves everyone vulnerable to feeling like the government really can just print an unlimited amount of money and hand it out on all sorts of basis. Here, at least, it's truly need-based. And I thank the gentleman, and I hope my colleagues will consider the spirit of the amendment and find it in their hearts to support some of our amendments, and frankly, certainly this one. So I appreciate it, and I'd offer to yield to Mr. Loudermilk.
I thank
Is there
my
further
good friend.
debate on the amendment?
Yielded to Loudermilk.
He yield.
I appreciate my good friend for the time. Again, this is another amendment I think that everyone in the committee can agree to. It makes sense that we only make these funds available to those who truly need the funds, and I think by just using language that is already existent in the bill and just moving it from the rental section and including it in the mortgage assistance section makes a lot of sense, and I would hope that we can get broad approval for this. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think I really appreciate the work there, and appreciate a lot of the colleagues across the aisle that have kind of come to this meeting with a good spirit. It's nice to see you all on screen, and look forward to seeing you all as we see some light at the end of the tunnel. Let's not add more tunnel. So I hope this can be a sign that we can work together collaboratively on a really low bar level. So thanks, Mr. Loudermilk, and I encourage everyone to support this amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas, Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the spirit associated with this. I think that there is a desire to see those who seek help acquire the help that they need. I do have some questions and some concerns, however. The question related to experiencing homelessness, as is indicated in 2B of the amendment. I've been on the committee long enough for us to have debated the issue of what is homelessness. And I can recall in one debate wherein if a person had the opportunity to sleep at a neighbor's home or a relative's home, that person was not declared homeless, simply having a place to sleep available to one, according to persons who were a part of the debate, would render the person not a person who was homeless. And also, I'm not sure I understand what housing instability is. I don't see any definitions to help me with these terms. And I have not had an opportunity to research to ascertain whether or not there are definitions immediately available to me. So these two aspects of it cause me a good deal of consternation. I will yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Is there further debate on this amendment? Not, I withdraw my point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment fails to recognize that homeowners across the country are struggling to pay their mortgages by limiting who can qualify. Ironically, the gentleman's amendment would actually harm homeowners in rural areas where the area median income is significantly lower than in urban areas like Los Angeles. As a result of this amendment, many people in those rural areas would no longer qualify. The underlying bill provides $10 billion to ensure that struggling homeowners will not be foreclosed upon once the pandemic ends. I note that 60% of the funds in this bill, nearly $6 billion, are targeted to the lowest income homeowners. The flexibility provided in the other $4 billion allows states and localities to support homeowners who are only struggling as a result of the pandemic. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of our amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Georgia has an amendment at the desk. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia. Page 56, line 7, strike amended by adding and insert the following, amended.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple amendment regarding the state's business credit initiative, and it's designed to make sure that the businesses that are underserved receive the same attention and receive the funds they need as all other businesses. The list of eligible lenders for this program was actually written in 2010 and includes banks, credit unions, and community development financial institutions. Since that time, fintech companies have become a vital part of small business lending. This amendment would simply include fintechs as eligible lenders. Fintech companies have already received broad bipartisan support to be eligible lenders in the Paycheck Protection Program, and they have been a vital source of credit for small business. They are critically important for getting funding to minority and underserved communities. A recent study by NYU showed that fintech companies are by far the #1 source of PPP loans for Black-owned small businesses. Fintechs have dwarfed minority depository institutions and CDFIs in making PPP loans to Black-owned businesses. Fintechs have also been the #1 source of PPP lending to Hispanic-owned businesses. Leaving fintech companies out of the program would be devastating for minority communities. I'd like to submit that NYU study, I'd like to submit that study for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I would also like to share a quote from President Biden's nominee for the Small Business Administrator from her Senate confirmation hearing last week. She said, "Adoption of fintech across the banking sector, as well as with these new fintech companies and our CDFIs, is really critical. I think expanding distribution for capital will improve access, and so I look forward to partnering with lending institutions broadly to ensure that we can keep them engaged in SBA programs. This has been a record high number of lenders engaged in SBA than ever before, and I think we need to take advantage of that." In other words, this amendment is consistent with the position of the Biden administration, so I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will support it. Fintech companies are well regulated at both the federal and state level, and there is nothing indicating that fintech companies engage in predatory lending. Lenders in this program share losses, and lenders cannot charge more than 3% of the loan amount in fees. States can also establish the loan terms. In conclusion, this amendment would simply use the same list of eligible lenders that is in PPP, which includes fintech companies. Fintechs participating in PPP receive strong bipartisan support, and I hope the same can be the case in this program. I thank you, I encourage your support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
I move to strike the last word. McHenry of North Carolina.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chair. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Loudermilk, for offering this amendment. I think it's a very sharp, very smart amendment. Now, let's go back to what I said yesterday. As I said, this bill, this COVID relief bill, is simply a rehash of the failed stimulus from 2009. The word COVID in this bill, this $1.9 trillion spending bill, replaces the term shovel ready from 2009. The Democrats are using the opportunity to foist upon the American people a liberal agenda that they didn't intend to get out of COVID relief. It's quite frustrating to see. But as I also said yesterday, my Democrat colleagues have learned nothing and forgotten nothing. They're much more partisan even than 2009. And they haven't updated the bill and the offering, the policy offering. And that failed policy of 2009, those failed policies, that failed spending bill, had negative repercussions on the economy, on the American people, and didn't get the result. So let me give you a straightforward example. What Mr. Loudermilk is offering is modernizing what is in the bill. Now, what is in the bill is a small business, the SSBCI program, which is intended to help small businesses. They simply put in the same language as they had from 2009 into this bill. A lot has changed in the last decade, including the use of fintechs, the dramatic capacity that the internet has brought to financial services. And the majority is simply reauthorizing the program as it was created 10 years ago. Lock, stock, and barrel, nothing changed. This is a program that we don't know that it worked very well. We don't know that it failed. It's inconclusive data that we have on this program. That's the best we can say about it. But what we do know is they didn't even update the bill to bring in the enhanced flexibility, the advances in financial technology. This is just one example, and it's really a shame. It's really a shame. But Mr. Loudermilk's offering a very thoughtful amendment, but sadly it highlights the failed policy offerings and the fact that they're basically just rehashing the failed stimulus from 2009. Look, PPP is a good example. The public-private partnership in PPP is a bipartisan program that promoted and helped small businesses dramatically, helped folks survive in the worst of the COVID shutdowns. Fintechs provided over $9 billion in forgivable loans. That's nearly the size of the whole new SSBCI program that they're rehashing in this bill. Look, fintechs did that in 5 months, $9 billion in forgivable loans. Let's use that update. Also, let me just highlight the fact that this SSBCI program is scheduled to last for 9 years, for nearly a decade. And they're not even going to use financial technology. That's not even a part of the language of this base text that we're trying to amend. And I think it's quite frustrating. I would also highlight that last week we heard testimony from a panelist who stated that she used a fintech lender to help start up her business, as traditional financial institutions could not meet her direct credit needs. We heard that on a panel before this committee. Our committee should work to increase flexibility to meet the needs of small businesses. We don't need a rehash of a decade-old program. And if you're going to rehash that decade-old program, why don't you update it for technology purposes and the utilization of technology? So I commend Mr. Loudermilk for the offering. I'm sad that it has to be offered, that the majority simply just copied and pasted the authorization from 2009 on this SSBCI program. Look, I think we all want to help our constituents. We want to help get the economy going again and help those segments and give them the temporary relief that we need. We don't need permanent new government programs, and we don't need this bill, not in the form that it's coming to us today. So that's why we're offering these amendments to be constructive, to show how we would respond if we were in the majority, not simply disagree with the majority, but to actually craft out thoughtful policy. So I thank Mr. Loudermilk for his engagement on financial technology, and would urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Move to strike the last word.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for 5 minutes. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you very much. I do want to introduce an amount of caution here. As you may all be aware, very few, when we did the CARES Act, very few of the fintech companies had a relationship with the Small Business Administration. And many of them are non-banks. So they don't have all the consumer protections and the compliance and oversight that those fintech companies who are in the business of banking do have. So unless there was some type of definition and inclusion that made sure that all of the banking regulations that are in place to protect consumers and businesses who deal with banks, I would be very reluctant to support this amendment unless we had that assurance that we're plugging in institutions that are already in compliance with banking regulations that were put in place to protect consumers and also businesses that do business with those banks. So
will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Will the gentleman yield? It's McHenry. Look, Mr. Lynch, you and I, we've had good conversations on fintech. I understand your concerns, but I would just ask you, if it was good enough for PPP, why not here?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, we had financial protections in the PPP program. They were sufficient. They worked well. Why not incorporate what we learned from PPP into this decade-old program? Well,
We could try to make sure that the protections that applied to those institutions apply here, but you don't simply. We're talking about lending, right?
Happy to.
So there are a lot of
Yes,
fintechs that are not in the business of lending. So
yeah, but
we
Mr.
open
Lynch,
up.
I understand it's the obligation of the majority to oppose the minority's amendments, but this one is on its face a very simple offering. It should not be problematic to the majority.
It's far from that. It's far from that. That's what the whole. That's why we're in court right now in the Southern District of New York, because the previous comptroller of the currency wanted to give fintech charters out to fintech companies that were going to engage in the business of banking. And so that's why that effort stalled, because those fintech companies did not want to embrace all of the banking regulations that are in place right now. So there would have been, two banking systems, one regulated and one unregulated. So I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I think this is, it's probably a bigger issue than just lumping fintech in on this COVID relief bill. I think there's a way to get to agreement, but we're not going to get an agreement on the COVID relief bill. This is a wider, a much more complicated discussion. And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Let's strike the last word.
Mr. Hill is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to say that, first of all, I appreciate this amendment, because in the work we did for the past Congress for 2 years on fintech, we really have seen them step up and carry their weight in financial services, particularly for access to small companies and those who don't really have a good relationship with traditional banking. I think this modernizes this language instead of leaving the older, stale language from 10 years ago. And so I'm supportive of this amendment. And let me yield some time to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. McHenry.
Well, I want to thank my colleague and friend, Mr. Hill, and he's been a great and dynamic leader on financial technology and artificial intelligence and our committee of jurisdiction, not to mention national security related issues. So thank you for your leadership. Look, I think we just have a disagreement here. I know the majority's intent to have their bill unchanged out of this markup. But when we offer something very simple, like the language that we've used in the CARES Act back in March and reauthorized again once it was all argued for months the next CARES Act relief package. We've had 2 tranches of relief for small businesses using fintechs. And what we're saying is, let's use that process, what we know out of PPP, what worked out of PPP, which was run out of Treasury, by the way, that they would take that same data and use it for this new program you're setting up. But sadly, that's not what I'm hearing. We're making all these straw man arguments about a separate set of circumstances about fintechs wanting to be able to offer more services to their clients. That's a separate policy bag entirely. We're talking about small business relief. And if you all don't want to engage, if you're not willing to engage in even a modicum of bipartisan cooperation on this bill, we see it clearly for what it is then. And when you reject an amendment like this, it tells me that you're much more focused on delivering a partisan product, even when we point out reasonable things that are deeply flawed aspects of this bill. When you cut and paste an authorization from 2009 and drop it into this bill, that's what we're dealing with here. And you have a member saying, why don't you use technology? I mean, a lot's changed in a decade on the delivery of these services. A lot's changed since March of last year when we passed the CARES Act. A lot's changed in terms of the capacity of technology to do these things in a reasonable way, in a safe way, in accordance with our laws. So look, that's what we're offering. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't mean this in terms of any ill will to my colleagues across the aisle. You got a partisan agenda, you got to go deliver it. I got it. I understand. But we're making a huge mistake here, trying to provide COVID relief and doing it in a partisan way. It would be flawed if Republicans did it. It would be flawed if Democrats did it. This bill is flawed. And the fact that you won't even take some reasonable additionalities to it shows that, well, policy be damned. That we're not going to do reasonable things because you don't want the bill unchanged out of jurisdiction. So sad to hear that. And I know that there are colleagues of goodwill on the other side. I know we can eventually get back to bipartisan legislating. I'm hopeful we can, but it doesn't appear that's at hand today. So yield back to my colleague from Arkansas. Thank you.
Well, I thank my friend from North Carolina, and I asked my friend from Georgia if he'd like some more time on his amendment.
Yeah, thank my friend from Arkansas. Look, just real quickly, I'd like to reply to this good gentleman, Mr. Lynch. Look, the people who are going to be hurt by this are the minority business owners. The NYU study that I submitted for the record, I encourage you to look at it. By far, Black-owned and Hispanic-owned businesses under PPP, under the CARES Act, which was a COVID relief package, and we included fintech, that is where those minority businesses, the majority of them, got their funding. If we don't include fintech, it is going to hurt the most vulnerable and disproportionately affected businesses by COVID than anything else. This is really targeting those businesses that's using technology. It's bringing us up to the 21st century. And this is something I would think everyone on both sides would want to support. It's already been done. It's already been tested. It's already been tried. And it has been used in COVID relief, which is what the CARES Act was. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Style from Wisconsin moves to strike the
The
last
gentleman
word.
from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Loudermilk, for his thoughtful amendment. I think it's incredibly important as we're going through this to make sure we're utilizing all the technology that is available in the United States. We spend all this time in committee, rightfully so, talking about fintech, talking about how we can help those who are maybe unbanked, don't have access to brick and mortar institutions. Mr. Loudermilk, I think, very thoughtfully highlighted this New York University study that shows that some of the most challenged communities in the United States, African American communities, Black communities, Hispanic communities, have been uniquely benefited by some of these fintech services. We see that often in the general operation of our financial institutions, just with the need for those who are unbanked to be able to get access. Fintech technology is a way to do that. And I'm so happy that Mr. Loudermilk put forward this thoughtful amendment, and I'm happy to yield him the balance of my time if you would so like, Mr. Loudermilk.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to reemphasize something that Congressman Stile has brought up. This, again, the minority-owned businesses are the ones who have, that's where they've gotten the majority of their funding under the CARES Act. We also know, especially here in Georgia, that these businesses have been disproportionately affected. We're seeing more Black-owned and Hispanic-owned businesses close than other types of business because they're mostly small businesses. And these are the ones that are being affected. All I'd say is, if you want to go back to your communities and explain to these minority businesses that are closing their doors why you took away an element of funding that is extremely popular and more available to those businesses, then that's up to you if you want to do that. We're trying to actually reach across the aisle here and come to consensus. Look, I support small business. I don't care who owns it. The small business is the backbone of our communities, and we have businesses in some of these low-income areas that are closing down. Minority-served areas are closing down. We know that African Americans are disproportionately affected by COVID. Therefore, a lot of the businesses in those communities are affected as well. They need to be able to get access to capital, to these services to stay afloat. And as I said, if you want to explain why you wanted to eliminate one area that is very popular among this this demographic of getting support to their businesses, I guess that's up to each one of you. But this was brought in a bipartisan spirit. It's to actually help business owners. And I would encourage you to look at the New York University study. This isn't from me. This is NYU study that shows minority businesses are highly utilizing fintech companies to get their funding. And I appreciate it. I yield back.
And I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Vargas from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I move to strike the last word. There was a broadside yesterday that was repeated today, basically that Democrats have been terrible for the economy and that Democrats haven't learned anything from 2008, 2009 and moving forward. You know, that basically doesn't live up to the facts. Here on February 2nd, a New York Times piece was written saying, why are Republican presidents so bad for the economy? GDP, jobs, and other indicators have all risen faster under Democrats for nearly the past century. And in fact, under the last 2 Republican presidencies, we've inherited disasters in the economy. It goes on, and it's based on a study that was done at Princeton. A president has only limited control over the economy, and yet there has been a stark pattern in the United States for nearly a century. The economy has grown significantly faster under Democratic presidents than Republican ones. It goes on to add, since 1933, the economy has grown at an annual average rate of 4.6% under Democratic presidents and 2.4% under Republicans. It once again goes on to explain why they believe it's the case, and certainly you can take a look at both the article, which was written by David Leonhardt, and also the Princeton study. And I guess the reason I'd mention it is that, you know, what we just saw under the economy of President Trump was really a disaster, and that was because of the inability to manage the pandemic. That's what we're attempting to do now. We're attempting to go big because we know that going small didn't work. We have to tackle this in a rather large way, not only the pandemic, but the economy. And again, I would say, you know, for all of those who like to say, well, oh boy, the Democrats don't know what they're doing. The economy grows a lot faster a lot more robustly when Democrats, in fact, are in charge. It's not the case that the economy does better when Republicans are in charge. In fact, it's just the opposite. What did President Bush hand over to the Democrats? A disastrous economy, one that was in free fall. What did President Trump hand off to President Biden? Once again, an economy that is suffering deeply. So this whole notion that somehow the Democrats, we didn't learn, we have learned. We have learned that every time the Republicans are in charge, the economy tanks, and then we have to clean up the mess, and then we're blamed for cleaning up the mess the Republicans have made. And it's not right, but that's the facts. Again, I appreciate the comments saying we didn't learn anything. We've learned quite a bit. We've learned quite a bit in this time. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? If none, I will withdraw the point of order raised by the chair, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment as it would expand the list of lenders that could make SSBCI loans to lenders that are subject to less oversight and regulation compared to banks and credit unions, or lack a mission similar to community development financial institutions. Alarmingly, we have learned non-bank fintech companies were conduits to obtain fraudulent loans under the Paycheck Protection Program. According to an October 2020 quote in Bloomberg, financial technology companies handled 75% of the approved PPP loans that have been connected to fraud by the U.S. Department of Justice. A Bloomberg analysis of more than 100 loans at the center of these cases shows. The fintech companies arranged just 15% of PPP loans overall, unquote. There's been a lot of discussion over the course of these proceedings about fraud. There's been a lot of discussions about what we have learned. And when we have glaring numbers in front of us, clearly indicating that we have a fraud issue with fintech companies with respect to PPP loans, I would seriously hope that we learn not to extend that same circumstance to SSBCI that is directly under the oversight of this committee. We should be cautious to add less regulated lenders to a program like SSBCI that was proven to work well for small businesses following the last financial crisis using banks, credit unions, and CDFIs. According to an analysis from the Treasury Department, 42% of the businesses supported by SSBCI were located in low and moderate income communities. That focus on reaching low and moderate income communities and hard-hit minority communities may be diminished if lenders are subject to less oversight, and further diminished if the lack of oversight is resulting in greater fraud and greater scrutiny and even more amendments that are going to be preventing resources from reaching these communities. We encourage fintech lenders to participate in the SSBCI program as certified CDFIs. The National Security Subcommittee heard from such a fintech CDFI last week, Everett Sands from Lendistry, who has demonstrated you can both be innovative and a mission-driven institution to help ensure SSBCI funds get to small and minority-owned businesses that need the most urgent help. I would absolutely be in favor of supporting greater access to these kind of resources, but the fintech companies need to meet us halfway. They need to close these issues regarding the disproportionate fraud on the PPP loans, and if they do that, and they are able to showcase that that is not going to be an area of concern, then I would be more open to expanding further the SSBCI program to perhaps consider that as a viable alternative. But until the numbers are improved and until we can share in the priority of making sure the fraud circumstances that are illustrated in the PPP numbers are addressed, I would urge caution. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? And if not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There's a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Bill in Arkansas has an amendment at the desk.
Could we have all members
Full-
please mute their, thank you. The gentleman from Arkansas has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill
I
of
move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I want to thank again the staff for working hard on this hybrid hearing. We appreciate the care of our group. We want to thank our colleagues who are in person as well as patiently on Zoom. We appreciate that. I want to talk this afternoon about a way to seriously improve the state small business credit initiative. I share the concerns that were expressed by the ranking member and others on modernizing the language, but this afternoon I want to draw to the attention of our members the concerns I have about hundreds of small businesses from North Dakota all the way to the Gulf Coast in Houston. And that is those businesses, those hundreds of businesses that are connected with and working toward a successful completion of the Keystone pipeline. They're really literally thousands of stevedores loading and unloading cars, people bringing steel to my district in Arkansas to make the pipe that goes into the Keystone pipeline, and also pipelines all over the United States, one of our largest employers in my district. The welders that work in the construction of the pipeline, the welders that use their skills in high-tech manufacturing in my district to make the pipe, the loaders for the barges, those who work at the port of Little Rock, the construction workers up and down the pipelines area, those catering food, those doing traffic control, those supplying gravel and building roads and supporting this massive international infrastructure project benefiting the people of Canada and the United States with jobs and the safest, the cleanest way to transport Alberta oil to the United States and to the world market. In fact, 6 trains a day are what it would take to transport that oil to the Gulf Coast from Canada. 6 trains a day, that's 235,000 cars per year, emitting 1.5 million tons of CO2 per year. More than almost 500,000 cars would burn in a year. And that's because if this pipeline doesn't open, all that oil will travel by train. Our native people in Alberta and the indigenous people on the south side of the Canadian border are investors in this project to the tune of $1 billion. They will bring the benefit, healthcare, schooling, education, economic development to the native people in Alberta and in the lower 48. So my friends on both sides of the aisle, this amendment simply says that those businesses dedicated to bringing this infrastructure project to fruition, now stopped by the Biden administration's executive order of just a few days ago, I want them to have access to this state small business credit initiative. I want them to be able to maintain their business in the midst of this pandemic, trying to open, trying to keep people hired, when in fact we are burdened by the jobs being cut by the decisions of this administration. Direct jobs in my district hurt by the decision of President Biden. So I want to conclude with a letter that I've received from a constituent. And this is the kind of thing that when you're trying to get an economy open, keep people employed, boost our employment, and build infrastructure, improve the environment, this is the kind of thing that breaks your heart. You never fully understand trickle-down economics until it affects you. We're building a house, but we just found out today that our new president has shut down the pipeline industry, that my husband's job has been canceled. With that said, I want to apologize to the electricians who won't be able to wire our house, the plumbers that won't be able to do our plumbing, the cabinet man that cannot build our cabinets, the countertop people who won't be doing our countertops, etc. And this is hurting a welding family in the state of Arkansas. So the least that we can do, my friends, is make sure that if we pass this bill and it becomes law, that all those small businesses up and down from the Dakotas to Houston have access to this state small business credit initiative. And I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Style from Wisconsin moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to thank my friend, Mr. Hill, for his thoughtful amendment to what we're seeing play out, not only it sounds like in Arkansas, but the same way playing out here in the state of Wisconsin, when Private sector infrastructure, a multi-billion-dollar investment, was put on the rocks by the stroke of a pen on the first day of the Biden administration. Thousands of people lost their job, hundreds actually from the state of Wisconsin. I was on the phone with a gentleman. Well, we can just check our mute buttons. That would be helpful to me. I know it's tricky here. If we go back, I had a phone call from a gentleman who was driving from Montana back to Wisconsin, and he's driving Interstate 94, and he said, "Brian, I lost my job, and I don't know where I'm going to work next." He was out working on the pipeline. He was a union pipe fitter. And if you go out to where this pipeline is in Montana and North and South Dakota, some really rural areas, and because of that, they're obviously pulling workers from around the country who are needed to come out there and assist. And so this gentleman lost his job and is trying to figure out for himself what's next as he was driving back home to his family in Wisconsin. There's businesses in Wisconsin that directly provide products that go right into the pipeline. We're Wisconsin, we make things with our hands. That's what we do in the great state of Wisconsin. And this, giving those businesses that have been so negatively impacted by this unthoughtful executive order by President Biden, I think is a great and thoughtful amendment from my friend, Mr. Hill. I would be happy to yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Hill, if he would like.
Well, I thank my friend from Wisconsin, and I just want to emphasize that these businesses are hurting. Hundreds of people are out of work, and this money may be able to keep one of those small catering companies, one of those small contracting companies in business to try to find that next line of business as they try to replace private income from one of the private largest infrastructure projects in American history that is supported by the government of Alberta. It's disappointing. Prime Minister Trudeau says he was disappointed by this bad decision by President Biden. And so you're hurting American energy independence, but you're hurting these people, these hardworking people from the Canadian border to Houston in a bad way. So I appreciate my friend from Wisconsin bringing another story of a businessman hurt by this bad executive order. And I hope that my colleagues will find it both on the purpose of international relations, on the purpose of small working people and small businesses that provide valuable services up and down this construction project, would honor the fact that over 100 miles of this has already been built and constructed, that billions of dollars have been planned and changes made since this project was announced in 2008, Mr. Chairman, 2008. This project between Canada and the U.S. has been on tap. Think of the people, the contractors, and the workers that are planning on this income this year and felt themselves lucky that American independence, jobs, freedom to be a welder and work on this major project kept them afloat while so many people suffered in 2020 with canceled projects and planning. But no, this one was going forward until noon on January 20th, 2021, when President Biden took an outdated, poor decision in canceling this major international infrastructure project. I thank my friend from Wisconsin, and I'll yield back to him.
The gentleman is muted. You may want to unmute, Mr. Stow.
Thank you very much, Chairman. After my previous comment of encouraging others to mute, I did it myself, but failed to undo it. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Hill from Arkansas, in his thoughtful amendment. I couldn't agree more with him in the understanding of the impact that this one executive order has had on thousands of jobs across the United States. Those directly impacted those who were working on the pipeline in real time, who literally received layoff notices and were told to go home, as well as all the other workers who were working indirectly, helping build the parts that make this private sector infrastructure investment. But when we're looking to spend $1.9 trillion, why not just spend the government money? Who needs to rely on private sector investment? And so I appreciate the amendment. I stand in support, and I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition. Rose of Tennessee.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. I support the amendment offered by my good friend, Mr. Hill from Arkansas. Between canceling the Keystone pipeline and banning energy production on federal lands, this administration's initial executive orders will destroy thousands of jobs, impose severe economic pain for families, and eliminate important revenue sources that states and communities need to fund important local projects. Its impact on global climate change is questionable at best, but its consequences for workers, families, and energy independence are decidedly negative for our country. I think it is entirely appropriate that we prioritize aid to businesses that have been devastated by this executive order. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time to the amendment sponsor, Mr. Hill, should he desire to use it.
Well, I thank my friend from Tennessee. I just was reflecting that sometimes I hear in the national media that say people go, oh gosh, these jobs are temporary jobs, and that the loss from shutting down Keystone is overstated. Let me tell you how that's not true. If you're in the construction industry, building houses, building office buildings, shopping centers, or natural gas pipelines or petroleum pipelines, you're in the construction industry. And in that regard, you work from job to job. And when one significant multi-year, large-scale project of this scope is suddenly canceled after years of work and planning and investment, and people counting on that work for 2020, 2021, 2022, until it would be completed in 2023. It's hard for me to look at the eye of the person who wrote the letter I read and say, oh gosh, sorry, it's just a temporary job, you'll get another job. No, this is their livelihood. They've worked their whole life to be and gone to trade school and apprenticed and worked their way up to become a journeyman welder on something of this importance, where every weld has to be perfect. And we're telling them it's not good enough. We're just capriciously cutting out your ability to make a living because we're trying to make a political statement, even though pipelines are safer than those train cars and the carbon that they emit, and that this is the first pipeline in North America whose whole energy base will be net zero carbon and all be generated from renewable energy to run all the pumps and all the transmission of that oil from the Canadian border to the Gulf of Mexico. So let's think about these hardworking people who now can't pay their plumber because of the decision of Joe Biden, somebody who campaigned on that working man, somebody who bragged on growing up in Scranton and seeing his parents work hard and struggle to help their family. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of these Americans who have had the rug pulled out from under them right when we're trying to get this economy open, vaccines distributed, where every job is a prize. And we have 11 million people still trying to get back to where they were last January, but we just capriciously say, hey, if you work in the pipeline industry, that's just not good enough. So look, the least we can do is afford access to anyone who was associated with helping build the Keystone pipeline, all these small businesses and contractors that work across the country making it happen. At least we can afford the opportunity to let them have access to these state small business funds. And I yield back to my good friend from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes and withdraw my point of order. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Arkansas for his valiant and empathetic and just overall eloquent representation of his constituency. If we reflect on the conversation that we had with respect to the amendment, it was focused on a very hot political issue that no doubt is affecting many members of the various districts and states that are impacted. Unfortunately, the conversation did not at all cover the intent or the purpose of the bill, which is COVID-19 relief. It is emphasizing the circumstances surrounding the Keystone Pipeline, and no doubt those circumstances in the areas that are impacted are absolutely areas of concern for those who represent those districts, and that is respected. Unfortunately, I must oppose this amendment due to the fact that the legislation is focusing on COVID-19 relief, but I do want to emphasize that there is nothing in this legislation that would prevent any of those businesses that are impacted by the pipeline from being able to access the SSBI facilities if they were to be able to acquire that kind of loan from any of the banks or credit unions in their particular districts. And so I would encourage them to take advantage of the additional SSBCI relief that is being provided here, and would also encourage their lenders to consider their circumstances if that is something that they would take into consideration in the applicant's process. And with that, I will yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion on the amendment, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Posey here. Posey from Florida.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Florida has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Posey of Florida. Page 1, after line 2.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very, very simple. It states, notwithstanding any other provisional law, any individual who is unlawfully present in the United States shall be ineligible to receive any financial assistance provided under this title or any amendment made by this title. We've all called for funding authorized and appropriated in this committee to be targeted. We've repeatedly focused on long-term waiting lists for housing assistance. We've repeatedly highlighted the support that small businesses need. This amendment ensures that these funds will prioritize those individuals and businesses that have followed the law. Legal immigration is an important part of our economy, and it will remain an essential aspect of our economic recovery. I'm confident some of my colleagues will assert that the existing law already precludes illegal aliens from receiving benefits, so they shouldn't mind this assurance for those that disagree. We should not be paying the rents of illegal aliens or creating additional incentives for aliens to cross our borders. If we're going to borrow $2 trillion for this bill and pass it on to our children and grandchildren, we need to include this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Vargas from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I moved the last word, or I forgot the sing-song notion we're supposed to say. Well, you always wonder who's going to bring up the issue of undocumented people in the LGBT community. Those are usually the ones that get attacked the most. And here we have one obviously attacking people who are undocumented. Of course, it always fails to take into account that some of these undocumented people have children who were born in the United States and are fully American citizens. And then they would also be deprived of any assistance. So if your parents happen to be undocumented, you're born in the United States, and supposedly all the compassion that the other side has for children, all of a sudden here you have a situation where a child who's an American citizen doesn't get any kind of assistance under this bill. The child, if he's going to become homeless or she's going to become homeless, that's fine. Let them sleep on the street like a dog because their parents are undocumented. Of course, the child didn't pick the parents. The child has no responsibility there, saying, I didn't know my parents were undocumented. All I know is I came into this world because, they had me and I'm here. But this amendment says, you don't count. You get no assistance whatsoever, even though you're an American citizen. Even though you're born in this country, you get no help because your parents are undocumented. You get nothing, no help. Now, I hope we're not that cruel. I don't think the general populace in the United States is that cruel. Some places there may be, but certainly not the general population of the United States. We see a child and we don't say because that child has a parent that's undocumented, we won't help him in any way. We won't help her in any way. Can't go to school. Can't get any food. Can't get any rental assistance. Can't get anything. But that's, of course, this bill ties it to any type of assistance under the underlying bill. This amendment says if your parents are undocumented, you don't get any help. You can sleep on the street like a dog for all I care. You get no help. That's, I guess, the compassionate conservative that we see today. It certainly was something that was rejected by the American people. That was a hatred we saw in the last administration, lost badly, of course, in the general election. But it's interesting. It always comes up. You always wonder who's going to do it because it's red meat. That in the LGBT community and usually transgender people, that's the other one that people like to throw around for red meat. And it's sad. I mean, I don't think that we as Americans are that mean. I hope that meanness goes away. I think you're going to see in California, in the rest of the country, we saw in California, the Republican Party shrinking and shrinking because of the meanness. It didn't used to be, by the way, the Republican Party. The Republican Party wasn't this party. In fact, for a long time, it was really the Democrats that didn't want immigration because of union issues. It was really the Republicans that had a much more open mind, and that switched at some point, as it did, of course, with African Americans and the Southern strategy that the Republicans decided to take. But again, this is sad. It'll go down. It'll be defeated today. But again, you always have to throw out, of course, the undocumented people and their children, many of whom are American citizens, and the LGBT community. I don't know if anyone has that bill. If that bill maybe will be somewhere else. Of course, we always have those two. Those are the two main ones that always stick out. Someone always brings them up. So again, I'm very much opposed to this bill. And again, I wish that we wouldn't do this, but everyone has to do it. I guess on the other side, it's just kind of the routine. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Taylor, Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yield such time as my colleague from Florida, Mr. Posey, may consume. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much for yielding. There's no meanness inferred here. There are finite resources. We've heard in committee testimony before that we have American citizens, mother, father, and daughter who have been denied housing in our country because the spots have been taken by people who are here illegally. When there's a finite number of resources and a demand that exceeds the finite number of resources, then I think it's just appropriate that we put our citizens first. Now, the young lady you talked about, the daughter of two people illegally here in this country, would not be denied services or care if she is, as you pointed out, or at least you asserted, a citizen. This says people who are unlawfully present in the United States, unlawfully present. I think that's fairly clear. There's no meanness intended, although some people, with a really tremendously good grasp of the small picture, always try and make this thing mean-spirited intent or otherwise disparage or try to denigrate people who try to put Americans first. And, I apologize to my constituents for thinking that we're all like that. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. I'm very fortunate to represent a very diverse community. I'm proud to have the largest Baptist church, the largest mosque, and the largest Jewish synagogue all within a few miles of each other in Plano, Texas. And they're the largest ones in North Texas. And the diversity of my community really makes us stronger. And I certainly embrace the importance of the United States of America as an immigrant nation. We are, as I understand it, the most generous nation on earth. 1.1 million people every year get a new green card in this country. I think that's a great thing. I think that gives us strength. At the same time, I would like to think we're a nation of laws. And I know that this particular issue does challenge us. But I concur with my colleague from Florida. We need to prioritize our resources and be kind about that. Representative Vargas, do you need some time?
Yes, well, the gentleman yield.
I'll yield you 60 seconds to.
Well, thank you very much. I would just ask, how do you then handle a mixed family status family where the child is an American citizen? You said that person's not going to be discriminated against. How do you help that American citizen whose parents are undocumented? Thank you for yielding.
Representative Posey, do you want to? I'll yield 60 seconds to respond to the gentleman.
Sure. She's eligible for services. If she's a citizen, as you assert, she's an American citizen, she's not here illegally. She's entitled to whatever services any other American citizen is.
Gentleman yield.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Vargas, I'll yield you 60 seconds.
Thank you again. But how, in a practical sense, how do you take the child away from the parents and put her in an orphanage? I mean, how do you help that child with rental assistance? The parents can't help her because they're undocumented. What do you take her away? We tried that at the border. It doesn't work. Thank you very much for yielding.
Representative Posey, do you want to respond to that?
Sure, I'd be delighted to. If she's eligible for services, she's eligible for services. Now, I don't know what the caseworker would say. Her parents may be her dependents. I really don't know. And I hate to hypothesize on situations where we don't have all the facts as is very clear here. So again, the essence of this is just to go back and tell your constituents, we are going to put you first if you're here legally. And if you're here illegally, you get in line behind the people that are here legally. It's real simple. It's not rocket science. Thank you. I yield back.
I commend my colleagues on a very genteel conversation on what is a challenging issue for our country. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garcia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I just want to reiterate and associate myself with the remarks made by Representative Vargas. Clearly, we're talking about a pandemic. We're talking about a public health approach that needs to be inclusive, that needs to ensure that everyone has the right to be treated for the virus and associated circumstances with the virus. As long as we continue to exclude any group of people in our society from the resources that are meant to crush the virus, get back on track, we are shooting ourselves in the foot. Playing politics of exclusion and demonizing people, whether intended or not, the actual effect of the debate seeks to demonize people and cast people as bad people is contrary to good public health measures. That's why I speak against this amendment. This is simply seeking to inject immigration debate and politics unnecessarily into a public health discourse about how our country can move forward. Our country can only move forward if everyone has the same access to the resources that are being made available by our government in order for a successful recovery. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Is there further discussion on this amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'm trying to figure out where to begin here. Well, first of all, as a citizen of a territory, we do not have the right to vote for representation in this government that actually can cast votes on the floor. We also do not have electoral college representation. We are American citizens, and yet we are denied what would be argued as basic voting rights. But none of my constituents, nor I, despite the fact that we are second-class citizens, would ever support an amendment like this. We would never support an amendment like this. Not only for the reasons that were mentioned by other members, but for the mere fact that trying to use the citizen argument to make people homeless or to take away their rental assistance to make them ineligible for any of that. I mean, that, as a second-class citizen in this country, I would never do that to anybody who has made their home in America. I think it's just entirely counterintuitive to what it means to be American. On top of that, the attempt at justification that somehow a child would be eligible for this is just absolutely factually incorrect. A child cannot apply for a mortgage. A child cannot sign a binding rental contract. And so if we have children citizens who are born in this country, they would not in any way be able to avail of rental assistance or mortgage assistance. We will be making citizens of this country, if we wanted to be firm on the citizen component, we will be making children citizens of this country homeless. And the argument would be those children, those citizen children are just not good enough because there are other children who also have parents that are citizens. And so we should take money from the citizen child who does not have citizen parents that are here perhaps unlawfully. We should take from that legitimate US citizen child and give it to the other US citizen child because their parents are lawfully here. I agree with my colleague from Texas. This is a very sensitive subject, and it is a complicated one. I would also make it very plain that I do have constituents in my district who do, and I share their issues. They do also have their concerns regarding the lawful aspect and the application of resources to that effect. But when we're talking about lawful children, lawful citizen children, and doing this to them, I just have a very difficult time swallowing that. And we talk about doing it to children in general in this country, lawful or unlawful. As a second-class citizen, I wouldn't be able to even support that. I was very moved by the remarks of my colleague previously in the previous amendment regarding the pipeline circumstances, and it was very heart-wrenching. He did a fantastic job of representing his constituency, and then to just have this next amendment follow up and completely just tug at the heartstrings, left and right. It's just really painful. It's really painful. When people are dying from this disease, regardless of their circumstances, and when they're contracting the disease and exposing people to it, I mean, we need to address that. We need to address that. And I would ask that as much as we extend empathy towards those that are impacted in difficult political circumstances in one respect, we extend as much empathy in the other. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chair?
And with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose
Mr.
this
Chairman, Adams from North Carolina.
I'm sorry, who seeks recognition?
Adams from North Carolina.
Ms. Adams, you are recognized on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, but I've been listening to the discussion, and I'm really concerned that we don't seem to have compassion for people. To say that you're undocumented or someone in your family is undocumented, that you would be ineligible for housing, for rental assistance, all those things that we cover in this committee, homelessness funding, home ownership. If you have a home and you need that kind of support, you can't get that. But yet they're eligible. These same people that we're talking about, who are humans, and the same people that we're talking about, they're not ineligible to clean your house, not ineligible to pick the fruits and vegetables that we eat, not ineligible to do all of the essential work that we say has been needed because of this pandemic, and those of us who can stay home and work can stay home and work. But I just can't understand why we would put something so discriminatory out here to say that we're going to just turn our backs on people who have been there for us, who have helped to keep us safe, working in the hospitals and all of the other places around this horrible disease that's out there. And for us to have no compassion for folks, I'm just personally insulted by that, because I represent a number of folks that you're talking about here in my district in North Carolina. And I think we have to have some compassion for folks and understand that, you know, I was just brought up with the teaching that you treat others as if the way you want to be treated. And I just think if we're going to utilize folks to clean our houses, to pick our vegetables, to stock these shelves in the grocery store, do all these other things, and we don't have a problem with that. But then we say we're going to deny them the support that they need. I think that's unconscionable, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to put that out there for us to really think about it, because we all represented in all these districts across this country. I'm sure that some of the same people we're talking about live in these communities. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cleaver is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't need 5 minutes. I think all is all been said. For those of you been on the committee, you know I don't talk much in the committee, and I just want to say this. I don't think there's any evil intent, but I would like to just say I because of what I've done most of my life, both pastoring a church and then teaching in seminaries. I've taught in 2 different seminaries. I've been forced to deal with history a lot, and and I've studied the Mongol Empire. Frankly, it's the largest contiguous empire in the history of the world. Contiguous, and the British Empire was actually the largest overall. It wasn't contiguous. Most people probably don't even consider this, but the Spanish Empire was actually about 7.7 million miles worldwide. I've studied all these empires, even the ones from the biblical days, from Egypt or the Persian or Babylonians. And I will end this now, Mr. Chairman, by just saying there has never, ever, ever, ever been an empire that collapsed because they were generous to the poor people in their empire. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Beatty from Ohio.
The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last words. And like my colleagues, I won't need 5 minutes, but let me just go on the record of saying, I don't have intent. I will say intent. But certainly all of us know, as we serve on financial services and the subcommittees, as one of my colleagues mentioned, deals with where much of these dollars will go. Certainly all of us know if there is a family with a child who is an infant or a minor child, as many of the individuals we're putting in jeopardy are in, that those children cannot get services or housing or food vouchers in their names as a minor child. So we're going to pay on one end or the other. If you make individuals who are here and working or here and not ineligible for funds like housing or any of the services, then my question would be, what would we do to for or place all of those children? Many of my colleagues on the other side are the same individuals that want to cut funding to those services and or not provide those services, or say we're giving too much relief. So I want to go on record as I will not support this amendment. I don't find it to be a friendly amendment, and I have not had the questions answered, because while we may be talking about hypothetical situations, I can give you some real situations of individuals with families and minor children, and we all know what would happen. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Emmer is recognized.
Yes, I'd like to request a recorded vote, please.
If there is further discussion of the amendment, is there? The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. All in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Williams of Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr.
I
Williams
ask
of
unanimous
Texas.
consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This week, the CBO released a new study on the impact of a mandatory federal minimum wage of $15 an hour. These findings prove what we already knew, that this policy would be catastrophic and destroy approximately 1.4 million American jobs over the next 4 years. My amendment would look to reduce the impact of this crushing policy decision. It simply says a company may not be excluded from the SSBCI program if they are in compliance with the individual state minimum wage requirements. If a business is forced to comply with this new federal mandate, the only decision they are left with is to cut costs by reducing their workforce, and it happens every time. In the middle of a global pandemic, we should not be pursuing policies that would leave workers without a paycheck and force them to turn to unemployment and other forms of government assistance. As a small business owner who currently owns a business, I can tell you a tight labor market would do far more for workers than this government mandate. When there is one worker for 4 jobs, you don't need a minimum wage. You can do away with it to determine what a worker's value is. Businesses are forced to compete and they bid up wages to attract the workers. That's the way it happens. In the auto industry alone, we saw car washers making as much as $18 an hour after the tax cuts went into effect. That's because they were being competed for. This one-size-fits-all mandate might be feasible in some high-cost cities like New York or Los Angeles, but for businesses in Clifton or Copperas Cove, Texas, this additional cost would be devastating for small businesses. My amendment would solve this issue and maybe save their business. Congress must shift our efforts to focus on reopening the economy and allowing businesses to safely reopen. It is critical that small businesses have the support they need to remain in operation without fear of misguided wage policies that would have devastating effects. So my colleagues across the aisle should focus on the task at hand. Let's get our country running again after this global pandemic and not legislating a progressive wish list that doesn't benefit all Americans. I know what I'm talking about. Main Street knows what they're talking about. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment, I'll withdraw my point of order and rights to object to the amendment. Nothing in the bill is related to the minimum wage, and so the language of the amendment is unnecessary, and we urge all members to object to the amendment and vote it down. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it,
No.
the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes. Congressman Williams of Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will please report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Williams.
I ask
Williams of Texas.
unanimous
Page
consent to dispense with the reading. Williams of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is really simple. It would set up a program within the Treasury Department that would help businesses assist college students that have been affected by the COVID-19 deal with the costs associated with higher education. Because the Department of Education has been irresponsible lending money to anyone who wants a loan for the past 2 decades, the cost of college has been steadily increasing. This has forced many Americans to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans in order to pursue a college degree. Instead of examining why students are being forced to take on this massive amount of debt, some of my friends on the other side of the aisle like to push the idea that we can simply forgive this student debt and all of the underlying problems will suddenly disappear. Well, this lie is unfortunately being told at all levels of government for political purposes. President Biden is now being pushed to unilaterally act to cancel student loan debt, even though it's legally questionable that he even has the authority to do so since Congress controls the power of the purse. Canceling student loan debt would set a precedent that individuals do not need to uphold their end of the financial agreement. Look, I can be open to the idea of waiving interest payments. Now think about that. Let's waive the interest payments for student loans. But we should not be talking about forgiving any of the principal that would leave taxpayers on the hook. As they say in Texas, where I'm from, a deal is a deal. And we should not be lying to the public that they will no longer need to uphold their end of a bargain. So as we look for solutions to reduce the cost of higher education, I think we also should try to get away from the idea that you need a college degree to be successful in America. I'm a firm believer in our country that our country would be better off if there were more people learning to become plumbers, contractors, and welders than frankly being lawyers. These career and technical educational opportunities allow people to learn skills they can translate into small businesses that are the lifeblood of many communities around the country and hire their friends and put them to work. So while this amendment is a small fix to a much larger issue, I urge everyone to support my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Posey.
Texas. Green from Texas.
Mr. Green from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for perhaps a parliamentarian or someone who's very much familiar with this process. It seems that we're creating a new program, and I would hate for us to add something that would put the entire bill, the entire reconciliation process at risk. Do we have someone who can address my concern, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman's point is noted. The chair will inquire with staff regarding the gentleman's point.
Thank you.
Does the gentleman have anything?
I'll yield. I'll yield now. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I believe the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is seeking recognition.
Yes, thank you. Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out it may need a technical correction in the bill. I think there's a comma missing in the amount that says strike and then insert. And I think there's a comma missing in that number just for clarity. It probably ought to be corrected. And I'll yield back to Mr. Williams.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion regarding the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. While I welcome the gentleman's concern for students during the pandemic, this amendment doesn't necessarily help students. The language in the amendment is very vague. It references entities, and it doesn't specify which entities in terms of the assistance it's intending to provide, nor does it spell out any kind of qualifications that would allow for the students to be able to avail of the support from these unnamed and undefined entities. Even the word assist is used very vaguely, as assistance is overly broad in the way that it is used in the language of the amendment. The committee has considered several pieces of legislation designed to address the concerns of students, including providing up to $10,000 in student loan debt forgiveness. While this amendment in particular should be rejected, I hope the gentleman will join the Democrats in the committee and anyone else in the committee in support of future legislation to help students, particularly in the concerns surrounding student debt. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
That's for a
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been
Williams
requested. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Wagner from Missouri seeks to be recognized.
The gentlelady from Missouri is sorry. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will please report.
Amendment to the amendment to committee print offered by Mrs. Wagner. Page 51, after line.
Without objection, thank you, Mr. Clerk. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is very simple. It prioritizes businesses that are owned by both veterans and women. Our veterans and their families have sacrificed so much to ensure the liberty and the freedoms all Americans enjoy. and we owe it to them to ensure that they can sustain business operations throughout the pandemic recovery. Missouri's 2nd Congressional District is home to more than 40,000 veterans, many of whom are small business owners. And according to the most recent data from the Small Business Administration, there is one veteran-owned firm for every 10 veterans, and veteran-owned firms employ 5.8 million individuals. These hard-working veterans deserve our support, and they deserve to have support specifically set aside for them. In the same way, many women struggle to start up a small business and receive investment. Many women put raising children or working a steadier job on hold to follow their dream. Moreover, statistics show that women have also been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, with millions leaving the workforce altogether. In September alone, more than 800,000 women left the workforce to care for their children who are learning at home. What this tells us, of course, is that we need to safely reopen our schools and businesses. We cannot afford to let these small businesses fail and cease to support the millions of jobs that they create when there is light at the end of the tunnel. This is a set aside I think that we can all agree upon. This amendment is asking for $500 million within the SSBCI, which is the State Small Business Credit Initiative program, to be set aside for veteran and women-owned businesses. We must provide direct support for our veterans, recognizing their service and their sacrifice. And also, I point out that creating more funding for women-owned businesses is essential to their economic recovery too. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote and point out that there was zero opposition to this very bipartisan amendment.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Style from Wisconsin, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. Page
Mr.
1.
Chair, I
Without
move that it's
objection.
considered as read.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you recognizing me. Appreciate everybody listening in here. I come with another amendment that I think is quite reasonable. Again, we're at this point in the pandemic where people's lives have been impacted in many ways. One, through our health, we've seen loved ones who've become ill or sick during this pandemic. But we've also seen our economy punched in the face as well. We've seen people who've lost their jobs through no faults of their own. And so I think we have an opportunity to really unleash the United States of America's economy in the most efficient and productive way. And when we do that, we're going to have jobs. We're going to be able to lower unemployment. We're going to be able to give opportunity to everyone in the United States. The American entrepreneurial spirit, American capitalism is really the engine that drives us towards full employment. And so my amendment is reasonably straightforward. I hope to earn the support of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It states that no funds may be made available under the amendment, really to be promulgated by the Secretary of the Treasury, where those regulations would be to the disadvantage of the United States toward foreign competitors. My amendment would ensure the Secretary of the Treasury does not promulgate regulations that put U.S. businesses at a disadvantage in a global market. U.S. businesses, our employees, were facing major challenges as a result of the pandemic and the related government-ordered shutdowns. And as we've experienced this, placing new regulations, new burdens on businesses will only make it harder for these businesses to compete. We're seeing this time and again. We have the opportunity to release and remove some of these burdens and barriers on our businesses, allow them to operate, allow them to hire people, and allow us ultimately to make sure that everyone who wants a job is able to find one. In order to achieve this broad goal, I think we need to ensure that regulations are sensible, they're tailored, and that they're fair. And Treasury can play a vital role in ensuring our nation's economic success, not hold our businesses back by pushing excessive and misguided rules and regulations. As the global economy begins to recover, which is quite positive, America can again lead the way towards prosperity and growth. Just over a year ago, we had one of the strongest economies on record. We had one of the best unemployment situations we had seen in a long time. We were beginning to see growing wages for everyone across the income spectrum. Now I think is the time that we ensure the Treasury Secretary does not promulgate regulations that put U.S. businesses at a disadvantage in the global market. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will draw my point of order and recognize myself for 5 minutes. The gentleman's amendment is noted, and the intent, I think, is a good one. I think it comes from a good place. Unfortunately, it just conflicts straight away with the capacity issues that we're facing in terms of addressing this pandemic. A lot of our PPE, our testing kits, even vaccines are procured currently from foreign entities. And that reality is actually something staring us in the face right now. I know this Congress is making concerted efforts to try and address it and restore our ability to procure and manufacture and produce those items within our domain. In fact, I'm very excited about legislation moving forward that I'm hoping we can all support that would reopen the capacities for territories, Puerto Rico, hopefully for Guam and our other territories, to once again become manufacturing powerhouses and pharmaceutical powerhouses for this country to be able to contribute in that way. That was the reality some time ago in Puerto Rico, but unfortunately, circumstances changed and that capacity was lost, and now we're facing the realities of that lost capacity. And so with that, if we were to entertain this amendment, we unfortunately would be hampering the ability for us to rapidly procure PPE, testing kits, vaccines, because of the capacity circumstances. And the mere fact of the language in the amendment is overly broad in the use of the term disadvantage means basically that if even a US company was to procure from a foreign company, even something as basic as masks, we would be in a situation where that wouldn't be doable, because anybody who's making masks domestically, even if it's at a capacity that is unsustainable for the demand, the resources provided in the legislation, particularly in the Defense Production Act, would be unavailable. And the whole point of making those resources available through that funding channel is to rapidly deploy them, to procure the PPE, to procure the testing kits, to procure the vaccines. We would absolutely, I would absolutely love for us to be able to 100% procure those things domestically, but our COVID circumstances, our capacity circumstances, unfortunately do not make that the reality. And so with that, I would object to this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature
The
of a
chair,
substitute?
McHenry seeks recognition. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from North Carolina has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
What's that?
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment, and the clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I want to thank the chair. And this amendment, if you can read the text while I'm talking, I think you'll get the gist of it. It's very straightforward. My amendment would prevent COVID assistance from going to employers who fire, threaten, or discriminate against an employee who criticizes, in their personal capacity, Chinese genocidal action or the government's brutal crackdown on democracy activists in Hong Kong. It would also prohibit government money for those who punish their workers for opposing economic pressure tactics against Israel, commonly known as boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, or BDS. Let me repeat, this simply protects employees for speaking on their own behalf, not for anything connected with their work. There are also no formal triggers here. My amendment simply states that employers cannot receive assistance if the President of the United States or the relevant administration officials find that they have retaliated against their workers. It's up to the President to make that determination or to not make it. As both the Biden and Trump administrations have now concluded, the Chinese Communist Party is waging a genocidal campaign against many in their population, particularly the Uyghurs. As Secretary of State Blinken just commented 2 weeks ago, quote, "My judgment remains that genocide was committed against the Uyghurs, and that hasn't changed," end quote. Just this month, the BBC published a horrific investigation into the systemic rape and sexual torture of women in internment camps in China. This includes absolutely brutal, it outlines in detail the brutal nature of that torture. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter that report into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And it's no wonder the people of Hong Kong went to the streets to defend their freedoms. They saw clearly what we see. Optimism won't protect us from Beijing. Only a clear-eyed and continuous defense of our values. We already know that the Communist Party in China will use its economic leverage to reach all the way into our society and silence its critics. In 2019, a bipartisan group of lawmakers, including the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, took the National Basketball Association to task for apologizing when the Houston Rockets manager tweeted support for Hong Kong. And I'll ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
What happens if more businesses decide that it's just not worth the economic blowback? China will push on them to allow their employees to criticize Beijing's human rights abuses. President Biden outlined his first conversation with President Xi, or Chairman Xi, and he outlines human rights abuses. Well, we should allow corporations, we should allow individuals, we should protect individuals' free speech rights to express the same concerns that President Biden raised directly. And so I think it's important that Congress not turn a blind eye to these tactics. The same goes for workers who disagree with the BDS movement and simply want to stand up for Israel's legitimacy, a position they share, by the way, but with an overwhelming bipartisan majority here in the House of Representatives, thankfully. My amendment simply says to employers who would retaliate, don't go after these workers for their personal views. They happen to be the views of millions of decent Americans, and they've been repeatedly reaffirmed by Congress as well as Democrats and Republican administrations alike. If you punish your employees, don't expect the federal government to sit idly by while you retaliate against them. Don't expect the federal government to continue to give you money if you punish your employees that way. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment. It is conforming with the long-running nature of how we grant the power of presidents and cabinet officials to withhold government funds in order to further American policy abroad. It is commensurate with the nature of that. It's commensurate with many things that we've already passed out of this committee. I'd urge its adoption and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman.
Wagner from Missouri.
The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. I'd like to support wholeheartedly our ranking member, Mr. McHenry's amendment. And I speak not just as the vice ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, but also vice ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Many of us on Services Committee also serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I can tell you that we have all spoken out as a committee and as a Congress, back even in the 116th Congress, supporting the horrible genocide that the CCP has inflicted against the Uyghurs, and there are many human rights abuses. And I will also say that it was one of my proudest days in Congress to be one of 4 sponsors of House Res 246 that was sponsored by Representative Schneider, Zeldin, Nadler, and myself, that supported the two-state solution and opposed the global BDS movement. We all passed that in the House. It was agreed upon by a vote of 398 votes. So I think that it is commensurate with the work that we did in the 116th Congress. It's commensurate with the work that we have done in a bipartisan fashion in our House Foreign Affairs Committee to make sure that we are not retaliating against any workers that stand against the genocide against the Uyghurs, or that are willing to speak out against the BDS movement. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment. I am happy to yield my time that remains back to the gentleman from North Carolina, our ranking member, if he would like to say anything else on the matter. Mr. McHenry.
I thank the gentlelady. I'll just encourage its adoption as my colleague from the vice ranker, Ms. Wagner, outlined. This is commensurate with what Congress has previously passed on a bipartisan basis. It is commensurate with the regime that we undertake on our committee on a bipartisan basis to empower administration officials to make the final determination when it comes to matters of international importance and American policy abroad. And so for those of you who are on the Foreign Affairs Committee, those of you of us have worked through the CFIUS process, those of us who have worked through the Export-Import Bank debates, those of us who look at sanctions regimes, all of the language here is consistent with what we have done there. Technically, this is as proficient as a bipartisan negotiated piece of language. Look at the contents, don't create straw men, don't try to create some reason to oppose it. Let's just at least have one bipartisan thing that we do in this markup, and let's make a statement that we don't support the Chinese aggression against their people or against Hong Kong, and we don't support the aggression against our ally and our ally Israel. And so that's what it's about. And so with that, I yield back to my friend, who's a valued member of the Foreign Affairs Committee as well, Ms. Wagner. Yield back.
I thank our ranking member, and as I said, I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I think this is something that we can do in a bipartisan basis. I thank the gentleman for putting this forward. It is work that we have done, not only in a bipartisan fashion on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, but certainly as a body of the whole in the 116th Congress. And I would like to see it very much a part of this package going forward. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina, our ranking member, for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Congressman Style from Wisconsin moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll dive in. I appreciate my colleague's thoughtful amendment, bringing what could be an opportunity to bring us together to improve this piece of legislation. I think bringing us together in a way where we stand up and identify some of the problems that are going on in China, especially against the Uyghur minority in the far western regions of China. That's a critical importance. Identifying and bringing to light some of the BDS movement and protecting employees who speak up against it, written in a technical manner that allows this to be done. I just couldn't be happier to see my good friend from North Carolina bring forward this amendment. I stand in support of it and would be happy to yield him as much time as he would like if he's so interested.
If you want to take it.
I yield back. I thank my colleague. I think I've said enough for this so far. So thanks so much.
Very good. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wholeheartedly agree with the spirit of this. We have, I think, all voted at one point on House resolutions condemning what's going on with the Uyghurs in China. We've also taken votes on BDS. We've also taken votes on Hong Kong. The problem is that this is a budget reconciliation bill, and unfortunately, the Byrd rule is quite clear that the matters in this have to be directly. I'm glad the gentleman is taking a chuckle, but it's plainly black and white, right? It says so. Especially with the attachments, it's budget centric. It is not foreign policy. I agree with the gentlelady. This would be a great piece if this was the Foreign Affairs Committee. We've taken up these matters as well on oversight, but this is not a committee of jurisdiction for foreign affairs, not within the confines of the Budget Reconciliation Act. This is, and I'll yield back to the chair to have staff review this. This is a perfect example of what's non-compliant with the Budget Reconciliation Act.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield on that point?
You know what? I just listened to 15 minutes of Republican statements on this. I just want to point out there are rules here. We can make
So is the gentleman going to oppose the minimum wage being included in reconciliation? If it has to comply with the bill?
I'll put it right back on the gentleman. Are you going to support the bill? With all these amendments, when it goes to the floor, you're all voting against it. You're all voting against it. All this is a farce. You're not going to vote for the bill at the end of the day. Even if you got your amendments, you wouldn't vote for this bill. This
amendment's not a farce. This amendment's not a farce, and you know that. Come on, Stephen. You know that.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
If the gentleman wants to go and look at the Byrd rule and how it's been applied in the past, many times, it is over and over. It has cut down foreign policy initiatives, foreign affairs initiatives, and the gentleman's additions to the record are clearly statements of foreign affairs and foreign policy. They're not. They don't mention the budget. They don't mention any significant increases or decreases to the budget. It's clearly a foreign affairs matter that the gentleman is bringing up here. So, look, I'm pretty confident that's how they're going to rule on this. So, you do what you want, but it's not in order, on this bill. We are not a committee of jurisdiction under the rules, so I'm all for what you're trying to do. I have voted consistently in the past on these matters, on the Uyghurs, on Hong Kong, on BDS. I've been on all those bills, and many of us have. The problem is that it's not compliant with the rules of this Budget Reconciliation Act. I'm sorry, somebody was trying to get time?
Would the gentleman yield to the gentleman from Arkansas?
I do yield.
I appreciate my friend from Massachusetts, and I know his strong support on freedom in Hong Kong, on removing the persecution of the Uyghurs, and for being a very strong supporter of our major ally, Israel. So no one would ever question the gentleman from Massachusetts' strength in those areas. But here, my friend, the Byrd rule is a Senate rule. It doesn't apply here, in my view. And we are proposing, the gentleman from North Carolina is proposing a spending change and a qualification to that spending. Just as we've done all day, yesterday and today, we've qualified the spending that's contained in our committee of jurisdiction. So I appreciate him so much, and I know his big picture point, but I would urge him to reflect, A, the Byrd rule does not apply here. 2, this isn't our committee jurisdiction, and the gentleman from North Carolina is simply qualifying the spending. I believe that would be found to be.
I only have 20 seconds to reclaim my time. Sorry. We are on a joint, we're on a joint budget resolution, however, so we are bound. In the end of the day, what we pass here will be bound in the Senate under their rules. I hate that, but that's the way it is. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, who seeks recognition?
Adams from North Carolina.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
We'll strike the last word. I just want to yield my time to Mr. Lynch.
Thank you very much, Alma. I appreciate your kindness. I pretty much said my piece on this. Substantively, I'm with you. I agree with the resolution. I agree if we were in foreign affairs, if we were in oversight, where we were a committee of jurisdiction, if we were not under this Byrd rule, I would agree with those. But this is non-compliant, and there's some great CRS white papers on the Budget Reconciliation Act, and we are walking into a well-worn trap in terms of introducing something that is completely non-compliant with the Budget Reconciliation Act. So I'm not objecting, but the rules clearly state that this is not compliant with Budget Reconciliation Act. Sure, happily.
I think.
Can we please remind all members to please mute their lines? Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding, and I would disagree that this amendment is very much germane to what we're talking about here. This would deny assistance that we are legislating on here today to any employer. This is about assistance, the assistance that we are budgeting and legislating today. This has to do with them receiving no assistance if they, in fact, retaliate against their workers for standing up for basic human rights, the genocide against the Uyghurs, against the anti-BDS movement, standing up for their views on Israel. So this is specifically about the budgeting, specifically about the assistance from a monetary standpoint, being taken away from employers that are going to use it to retaliate against the workers. So I will give the gentleman back his time, but I think it is very much germane and not applicable to the Byrd rule at all. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I thank the gentlelady for her thoughtful comment. But we've looked at a number of the cases in the past where The Byrd rule has been applied, and this is textbook. This is textbook. The gravamen of your complaint here is the conduct of the Chinese government and of other parties in other instances. So that is really what you're getting at, and I understand, and I agree with it. I think what they're doing to the Uyghurs is hellacious. It's a crime against humanity, no question about it. Hong Kong couldn't agree with you more. And however, I know how they're going to rule on this if it went forward, and I'm just trying to prevent that car accident if I could. Thank you. I'll yield back. I yield back to the gentlelady from North Carolina, and I'm very grateful for her kindness. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentleman. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman, the Davidson from Ohio seeks recognition.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. I just want to speak in support of this amendment. I really wish that all of our colleagues, when we vote, we've all been confronted with those times where, we wish we had a short answer or even an essay out there, but we just get yes, no, or present, right? And the concern over jurisdictional lines is, I guess a reason to vote no. And look, we in this committee have moved things through, really not through the committee, just put it on the floor for suspension votes about Uyghurs. And it really just gutted the jurisdiction of the Securities and Exchange Commission. You basically turned the Securities and Exchange Commission into a police agency, when what would really be merited would be more along the lines of sanctions. Why deputize or nationalize all of our publicly traded companies to turn them into police agents to track down who does business with whom inside China, when we could just use our Office of Foreign Asset Control and use sanctions. We've abused the jurisdiction to try to turn not just the Securities and Exchange Commission, but whole companies into things that they really aren't designed to do. They pay their taxes. They trust people like us to go and deal with things that represent the values of our nation, like checking China's abuse of human rights, like checking, frankly, the whole human rights group inside the UN, which basically has a long-standing practice of making a mockery of the principled positions the United States has with respect to human rights, like dealing with the practices towards the state of Israel. So I really think that we should let the Senate worry about the Senate. I think we should support this amendment. And frankly, we should pay a lot of attention to the jurisdiction of the agencies that we oversee and less about the Byrd rule. I mean, the reality is far less of a distortion to make the point than trying to turn the SEC into something it wasn't crafted to do, or frankly, turn privately held companies into agents because of the long reach of the supply chain through the publicly traded companies that are in the slightest nexus of the regulation this committee puts on to our economy. So I really appreciate the gentleman for offering this amendment. And I'd like to offer time if anyone
well, thank you.
Claim time to support.
McHenry,
I yield to
Mr. Davidson,
Mr. McHenry.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, thank you, Warren. Thank you for Mr. Davidson for your good arguments. And I want to say to my friend from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, look, I know you sincerely care about the same set of issues I care about with China. What I am offering here is in conformance with House rules, committee rules. The argument, and I think it's probably the best argument you could come up with, and I want to acknowledge that, the best argument you have for Democrats to vote no on this is that the Senate parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, that's her name, that she has prevented you from voting what you think is good policy. or the right thing to do. Now, the Senate parliamentarian should have no role in the House of Representatives debates. And when we allow the Senate to dictate our actions in the House, whether it's Republican or Democrat, and by the way, Mr. Lynch, I'll tell you a separate story about 2 Congresses ago where Republicans went through absolute utter hell trying to get reconciliation through the Senate parliamentarian. That's why I know her name, because she is so powerful that we did insanely stupid things in the House of Representatives to contort ourselves to what the Senate parliamentarians' view was. Rather than actually doing what we thought was good policy, we try to contort ourselves to those rules. We can talk about that offline, frankly, but it's the best argument you got. I think you've made a sound argument. I don't think it gets to the nature of this amendment or what it does. I do think it would clear the bird bath in the Senate, given the fact that it's a limitation on the expenditure of funds, not a new set of policy. There's existing policy that this references. And so please vote on the contents of the policy, not on the all-powerful Senate parliamentarian restricting you from that. But I do want to commend Mr. Lynch for his thoughtful approach. He is a serious policymaker. I do think he's a person of goodwill, and don't want to leave leave that on the table in any other way.
The gentleman's time has expired.
So thank you, and yield back.
Thank you, and I yield as well.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will draw my point of order and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. One of the proud moments in my region, in Micronesia, was when our brothers and sisters from Palau stepped up to the plate and were willing to receive the Uyghur refugees that were creating a diplomatic quagmire. And we have a lot of Palauan citizens also in my district on Guam, and you know, their ability to play that role was very meaningful to them. And so from my perspective as well, there's no lost appreciation for the spirit of the amendment, and neither is there a lost appreciation for the animated support for it and the desire to intend for our proceedings to conform with what we needed to conform with in order for this measure to pass. My concern for the amendment arises from the fact that all it takes is for one person to be able to make an effective claim that they were discharged or demoted or suspended or even felt harassed by their employer for their views. And just by that single employee being able to make that case, that entire company, that entire business that got SSBCI, an entire airline that got airline support, they can have all of their resources completely taken away. I would maybe proffer the language is even written so that if they already received and expended hundreds of millions of dollars of those resources, they would have to pay it back perhaps. Now, I know the intention is to make a very strong political statement with respect to those areas of concern. And I think that the sentiment expressed by everyone who spoke was not misaligned with that. But the concern becomes, at what point are we overstepping and making those political statements potential harmful points with respect to the legislation that could hurt the very businesses, the very companies, all the enterprises out there that we're trying to help. I think that another concern is that now there'll be a litmus test. Every business would probably dig into employees and try and figure out where they stand on these things. And the free speech components and the concerns of that with respect to these businesses wanting to make sure they protect their access to these resources, for me, it's a Pandora's box. And I think that we can address the diplomatic concerns that it is intending to address in the spirit of the amendment, I think that there's a lot of support to be able to do that, and I think that we can certainly move it forward. I just don't think that this legislation and this amendment is the vehicle to do that, and so I respectfully would object to the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? And if not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Shame.
And I ask for a recorded vote. I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Timmons from South Carolina has an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Timmons.
I move to waive the reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Timmons.
Yesterday, I offered an amendment that would have required the states and cities who are administering the new rental assistance and new homeowner assistance fund in the committee proposal to inform applicants of the requirement that already exists in federal law that it is a crime to deliberately make false statements to the government, to defraud the government of our very valuable taxpayer dollars. That requirement already exists in law, and the amendment that I proposed did not make any changes to the existing criminal statutes that prohibit false statements on applications for federal assistance and other lending applications. My amendment simply required a disclaimer that makes all applicants aware that those existing rules apply to the new programs in this print. As a former prosecutor, this is a tool in the tool belt of the federal government when trying to hold people accountable for breaking the law. Perhaps overlooked in that conversation yesterday is the fact that in the new rental assistance program, the applicant for the assistance in most instances would not be a tenant. Again, it would not be a tenant, but the landlord or the utility provider that is seeking to get payments from the program on behalf of the tenant. Tenants can and might still apply for assistance directly as well, but overwhelmingly it would be landlords and the utility providers. My amendment would have made sure that landlords applying on behalf of tenants and tenants applying directly, as well as homeowners in that program, simply receive notice of the requirement and that they repay any funds based on an inaccurate statement. However, in the debate on my amendment, several members offered the observation that the provision seemed too harsh, particularly in instances where a tenant or homeowner applying directly had limited language proficiency. So I went back and worked on this amendment. The points made by my colleagues across the aisle were well taken and shows that when we debate ideas in the open, some good can come from hearing other people's reactions to what seemed like a straightforward idea. In response, I'm offering a revised version of that amendment that accomplishes both goals, making sure that the information submitted is accurate and making sure no individual is punished for an inadvertent mistake or a mistake made by someone else or due to a language barrier. This new amendment states that when an individual directly applies for rental or homeowner assistance under these new programs, they are not held liable for such mistakes unless they are first provided notice of the rules and that notice is provided in their native language. I took steps to address all the concerns from my colleagues across the aisle. Also, to make sure we are preventing false statements from being made by a third party on behalf of a tenant in an application, the amendment also requires that landlords and utilities must be informed of the requirement to provide accurate information on those applications. It also holds individual tenants harmless if there is an inaccuracy on an application by a landlord or utility submitted on behalf of the tenant, since they were not the ones who submitted the information in the first place. I think this amendment bridges the gap between the two sides we discussed yesterday and upholds the fundamental principles that government programs need accurate information and that no individual should be held responsible for an inadvertent mistake or a mistake made by someone else on their behalf. But most importantly, it brings back the point that our tax dollars are valuable and they're a limited resource, and we need to make sure that they're being used wisely and that people receiving COVID relief are appropriately receiving that relief. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, Perlmutter, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thanks. And to Mr. Timmons, I would say I appreciate the effort here. There's a typo in line 7, page 3, but that can be fixed. I guess I want to understand mechanically how this would work so that, see, part of the problem that we run into on the unemployment front is just widespread identity theft. And that's where the real fraud is, that these guys steal somebody's identity and then they make application. And at least that's what's happened in Colorado. I think every state is suffering from that. But if you could just kind of walk me through, I have trouble paying my utility bill. Now what happens? And I'd yield to the gentleman.
Thank you for that. You know, I think if you use the PPP loan program as an example, there's a little box you have to check that says that you have had cash flow disruption and that you need the PPP loan to continue your business operations and not lay off people. So again, all that is a box you got to check. So this box that I'm proposing that you have to check is a way for the federal government to have recourse to say, this isn't just free money to anybody that wants it. And if you're lying to us, if you're not representing things truthfully with a fraudulent intent, there is an intent component to it. So all it says is it's illegal to do that, and you will be held accountable because there's existing federal law that says you can't do that, and you got to repay the money.
Okay, and I guess reclaiming my time, and I appreciate that. I think that the gentleman is sort of getting at what would be a tiny fraction of problems. I think the real problem we're going to see potentially is what we've seen in the unemployment arena, which is organized crime rings stealing people's identity and then submitting unemployment applications. So there would be some, I don't know exactly how the utility or the middleman works in this process. You said there'll be a grantee. How do you see the grantee playing in this process?
So I guess while it is a small fraction, all these fractions add up. The percentage of the PPP fraud has added up to tens of billions of dollars. But in this instance, if I'm a landlord and I have a bunch of tenants and I'm eligible theoretically to receive this economic relief, I could say I'm at full capacity, and I could say I've got 100 units, and each unit is full, and I need relief because these people aren't paying their bills, and I could then get 100 units worth, and what's going to stop me from saying I have 100 tenants when I really only have 70, or really even more, only 30 of them have not paid. So at the end of the day, when I as the landlord have to check that box, I'm on notice, and it gives prosecutors a tool to say, you check that box and you lied, and you're going to be held accountable, and you got to pay the money back.
Okay.
And I yield back.
Thank you. I got to think about this a little bit more. I appreciate the gentleman's answers. I just really, the concern here is, and you've broadened it to a landlord trying to deceive by saying I have more utility bills than I really have, or I've got fewer people paying than I say I have, or whatever. But I just, like we talked about the other day, I just don't want the little lady down at the end of the hall who, owes a couple $100 before they turn off the lights, suffering some kind of penalty here that just is beyond the scope of that loss. And I don't want to chill this situation where she can get her utilities covered. But I appreciate the gentleman making these changes, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No. I don't know.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Hill has an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas. Page 4,
You
line
can
2.
dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank Chair Waters again for the capable leadership of this markup. I want to thank the Vice Chairman for his stewardship when sitting in the chair. He made some very interesting remarks a few minutes ago about the opportunity to use the Defense Production Act as a way to help manufacturing capacity in our country. And he particularly noted the longstanding role that our territories have played. And he represents Guam, but of course, Puerto Rico was and is a manufacturing haven. So, Madam Chair, this bill we're considering appropriates $10 billion for the Defense Production Act and authorizes to purchase and produce medical supplies to produce COVID-19. After fiscal year 2022, when hopefully we've reached herd immunity and returned to normalcy, the legislation permits any remaining funds to be used to fight pathogens more generally. As the bill is currently written, it doesn't provide any guardrails as to how the funds can be used and basically gives the Department of Human Services free rein over the funds. My amendment ensures that this money is more tailored and targeted to eradicating this virus and making sure we come out on the other side stronger as a nation. Historically, the Defense Production Act issues have been bipartisan, and I hope we can continue this tradition with this amendment that inserts 3 common sense priorities for how this new DPA money can be used after fiscal 2022. It does not impose limitations or prohibitions. There are no minimums or targets. First, we must ensure that any remaining funds after FY 2022 should be used to rebuild our strategic national stockpile. Like the rest of my colleagues, I was shocked by the rapid depletion of the stockpile last year as we struggled for N95 masks, ventilators, and other essential items. We now know that following the H1N1 outbreak back in 2009, that 3/4 of the stockpile's inventory of N95 masks was drawn down, but not replenished in time to prepare us for last spring's catastrophe of COVID-19. With the large annual budget that sits in the $600 million annual funding for DPA, this amendment can make an enormous difference in restoring the stockpile if Congress prioritizes it. Even when COVID-19 is behind us, the pandemic's lessons must not be forgotten. My second priority in the amendment reflects a bipartisan concern similar to a piece of legislation that I introduced in the last Congress that had bipartisan support. The legislation, Securing Americans' Vaccines for Emergency Act, the SAVE Act, was actually included in the HEROES Act, and the text was introduced by my friend from California, Representative Vargas. It diversifies America's medical supply chain so we're less dependent on foreign countries, including particularly China. A key provision in this amendment requires the President to develop a strategy on how to diversify supply chains to ensure that we combat this virus in the short, medium, and long term. Supply chain resilience is a goal that we all share. Finally, my amendment states that we should deploy leftover DPA funds for COVID-19 vaccines and other treatments for the poorest countries in the world. If, I repeat, if and only if the President determines that America's supply is sufficient. Given the lack of access to funds and the poor health standards in many developing countries, it makes sense that we would prioritize these vaccines for developing countries after we're confident that Americans in the United States are safe, sound, and that we have emerged on the other side of this health crisis. As we all know, the coronavirus has mutated into variants in other parts of the world, and while none of these variants has yet proven to nullify the effectiveness of our vaccines, there remains risk. And of course, we all want to do what we can to eliminate COVID-19 both domestically and abroad. This provision, combined with the replenishment of our strategic stockpile and better resilience in our medical supply chains, ensures that this DPA money will not just get Americans through the pandemic, but it will protect us and the rest of the world for years to come. I thank the chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Vargas, California. I move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition, please?
Vargas from California.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. And first, I'd like to thank my good friend from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. Great respect for him and his family. I've had the opportunity to meet them, and you can't find finer people in the world, I think. And I think his very thoughtful amendment here and his kind words represent that. I don't know that I would have had any issue with these, with one particular, with one set aside, and that is that it does tie the president's hands a little bit. But going back to what the previous chair had said, Mr. Henserling, you know, if you get these amendments somewhat before the hearing and you get a chance to work out some of the issues, you know, they could be incorporated into the bill. Obviously, this is the first opportunity I have and my staff has to take a look at them. Now, rebuilding our strategic national stockpile, I agree with wholeheartedly that that's what we need to do. Diversifying our supply chain and building in that resilience that we obviously don't have. Again, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And then the last one I have to say, I think this goes to both the sort of the intellect and as well as the good-heartedness of the maker of this amendment. It is very true that if we don't do something about these pathogens in other poorer countries, that it will spread to the United States. I mean, I think that's absolutely right, and so that's the intelligent thing to do. And frankly, it's the right thing to do. I think a country like our own, after we've taken care of our country, we have this responsibility. Again, I appreciate that deeply, and again, I congratulate the gentleman from Arkansas for being thoughtful and kind. I agree with what he's attempting to do. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to take a look to see how this would incorporate with what the president needs to do, and that is to have some flexibility to make sure that we're prepared for the next pathogen that might come down the road. Now, we do see these strong variants coming from other countries, and we do know that we need to do more to be prepared. And again, the things that you say here, I think are excellent points. I hope that the administration takes them to heart. I certainly will push for them myself, and those are the things that I've been looking at. So again, I have no issue with it. The bill, however, the amendment, however, it's the first time I get a chance to look at it. I don't know how this would implicate both the reconciliation. I don't know that it would or wouldn't. I haven't had an opportunity to take a look at that. And again, we were cautioned by the ranking member and not to take into account what Elizabeth McDonough might want to do as parliamentarian. But at the same time, in his speech, not to take into account what she says, he told us how he took into account what she said to make sure that the tax cuts got through. So I listened very carefully, saying, don't worry about her. We sure did. We knew that otherwise we couldn't get anything through. So I took him to heart on both of those.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course I would.
Well, I sure thank my friend from California. And of course, we have collaborated in the last Congress on ways to make the Defense Production Act more effective, particularly in pandemics. President Obama made improvements to it, and you and I worked collaboratively last Congress to really tackle this supply chain issue after we saw the DPA used for ventilators, for example, last spring. Two comments about your direct views. One, the bill just prioritizes it doesn't tie the president's hand. It just simply urges the president to have as a priority to help the developing countries once he ascertains that America is in good shape. And I think that's a classic American foreign policy response. And then secondly, The Defense Production Act is fully in the jurisdiction of the House Financial Services Committee. The bill appropriates money through agencies, including $10 billion for the DPA, which is implemented through the Department of Treasury. So again, we're simply providing direct direction on that spending within our committee of jurisdiction. So I appreciate my friend's comments. I yield back to him.
Thank you. My time is almost over. Like I said earlier, though, I'm not sure that I would have been against this amendment. In fact, I think I like the prioritization, but at the same time, I am familiar with the bird bath. I'm not sure it would get through that. I yield back my second.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. No.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There's a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam
Who seeks
Chair,
recognition? Gentleman from Tennessee.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Members receive the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. John W. Rose of Tennessee. Page 51, after line 17, insert the following and redesignate.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Tennessee, there have been several industries that are enjoying the best year, while others have been completely devastated by the government-imposed shutdown due to the coronavirus pandemic. The American private bus and motor coach industry is one of the latter. The motor coach industry plays a vital role in our travel, tourism, and music industries and provides nearly 600 million passenger trips per year. These operators help to evacuate natural disaster victims when needed. They transport field and sports teams for school and university activities, tourist groups, stimulating the national and local economies, and transport people for special events, and so many more activities. In the wake of the pandemic, nearly all of the 3,000 small companies in the industry at some point were completely shut down. 36,000 vehicles parked, and most of the over 88,000 employees were laid off. Losses for the charter motor coach industry, which normally operates at $15.3 billion per year in revenue, will exceed $23 billion in 2020 and 2021. Future COVID relief needs to be targeted, temporary, and timely, and this is a perfect example of that. My amendment would set aside $1 billion under the SSBCI for our transportation providers to truly target those that need aid the most. This industry needs our help. If the airlines can get aid, our motor coach industry needs it as well. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If Not. I
Madam
withdraw my point of order.
Emmer
Is there
from
someone
Minnesota.
seeking recognition?
Yeah, Emmer from Minnesota seeks to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Emmer from Minnesota.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very nice to see all of you right side up today. And I look forward to the remaining debate on the remaining amendments. Mr. Rose, my colleague from Tennessee, has offered an incredibly important amendment for our transportation industry, particularly for the motor coach industry that has suffered greatly during these unique times. This goes without saying, but our transportation industries need our help now. And the underlying bill, unfortunately, overlooks the motor coach industry. Buses have remained the tried and true transportation option for millions of Americans, particularly in the Midwest. The motor coach industry provides 600 million passenger trips a year, making travel something that everyone gets to participate in and making business opportunities accessible to everyone. Just recently, the motor coach industry also brought hundreds of our National Guards to protect our capital. During COVID, nearly 3,000 companies in this industry were forced to shut down. More than 88,000 employees have been laid off, and 36,000 vehicles remain parked. If we don't provide the relief this industry needs now, millions of Americans that rely on bus transportation lose this opportunity far beyond the end of this pandemic. I'm proud to support Representative Rose's amendment to protect the motor coach industry so that no American is left behind once we, as a nation, get past this virus. This amendment offers targeted, temporary, and timely COVID relief to an industry that we should be supporting in a nonpartisan manner. I hope the majority can work with us to provide this essential relief. I yield back to the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Rose, if he would like to use the time I have left.
Thank you, Mr. Emmer, and I appreciate the kind gentleman from Minnesota's support for this amendment. Over this past year, as I became better informed about the motor coach industry, I came to understand that this industry, perhaps as much as any in the country, has experienced the wrath of COVID-19. For those involved in this industry who generally serve the live entertainment industry or the sports, college and high school sports industries and travel and tourism industries, their industry is completely shut down. The Congress, I think, rightfully provided significant support to the airline industry. But as we all are keenly aware, airlines have continued to be able to operate, albeit at a reduced level. But so many of our motor coach industry participants have been completely shut down. And this industry is vital to the ultimate resurgence of the American economy and serving these various constituencies or customers that they provide services to. And if we allow this industry to suffer throughout this period without the needed relief that this amendment would provide, it's going to just prolong the recovery for the American economy and for so many of the areas of our economy that they serve, including, I might note, the live entertainment industry that's very important in my district, very important in Tennessee, but also important in many of your districts across the country. And so I ask that all sides would consider this targeted funding to help save the motor coach industry and keep them alive so that they can live another day and be stood back up quickly when the pandemic allows so many of the areas they serve to reopen. Thank you, and I yield back to Mr. Emmer.
And I yield the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Hill.
Green from Texas, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, notice that my iteration of the amendment has 500 million. I understood the maker, the presenter of the amendment, Rose, to say $1 billion. Let's do that as it may. The legislative drafted does not preclude small businesses of any type from applying. This would include
Excuse me, Mr. Green, I can't hear you. There's so much noise in the background. Madam Chair, can we have everybody mute?
I shall continue. Thank you very much. As I was indicating, Madam Chair, the small businesses can apply. There is nothing that prohibits the motor coach industry from applying if it's a small business. I think that we can probably create carve-outs for small businesses to the extent that we will exceed the amount of money that is available. We have a process. I see nothing wrong with the process that would allow them to apply and receive funds through the various states. So I'm going to oppose the amendment without further delay. I yield back.
Is there further debate?
Move to strike the last word, Hill, Arkansas.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to rise in support of the amendment. And this is the kind of constructed, targeted amendment that I think is exactly why we're here. Move to strike the last word. You know, my friend, Mr. Vargas, said going small didn't work a few minutes ago earlier in the debate. And he also had some good comments about the Defense Production Act, and I appreciate his constructive comments. And he said he hadn't seen the amendment beforehand. And I would say that's because this really hasn't been a bipartisan process where there was a give and take beforehand by the staff to see if we could craft any kind of a particularly bipartisan effort at this reconciliation. So that's why I don't think this is the kind of process the American people want. So process, it feels broken to me when it comes to these constructive debates we've had today. And the idea, the big picture idea that the economy needs to spend $1 trillion more at this moment, in my view, just is not supported by the facts. We've already allocated nearly $4 trillion for COVID-19, and now we're trying to add another 50% on top of that. You know, this is serious. This is real money that we're trying to target and get to in the hands of people who are really suffering from this pandemic. But we have to face the piper that we are accumulating an enormous debt when we are focused like this and not really targeting the funding. Only last week, CBO released a report stating that in the absence of additional emergency funding, the economy would continue to strengthen over the next 5 years. It states the output gap, which is measured between what the economy is currently producing versus its potential, is about 600 billion. That's 30% of what President Biden is proposing in 1.9 trillion. Let's be clear, our economy is recovering. And my friend, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, advisor to President Clinton and President Obama, criticized the size of this stimulus for being 3 times the amount of the output shortfall. And Madam Chair, I'd like to ask to submit for the record Mr. Summers' op-ed in the Washington Post and a Wall Street Journal editorial on budget surpluses.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. Further, there's no certainty that this stimulus will actually do what the Democrats are claiming. As my good friend Douglas Holtz-Eakin, former CBO director, articulated, there will be no stimulus as long as the virus stops households from spending freely. What we really need to do is get the economy reopened and get the economy and the country back to work. In my home state of Arkansas, we never really truly shut down, which allowed our economy to be less impacted than other states that took a more stringent approach. For example, unemployment levels hit 10.4% in Arkansas in April compared to the national average of 14%. And today we are at 4% unemployment, where the national average is 6.7. Therefore, we are doing things, I think, in the right way. And we've taken that CARES Act money and used it to support small businesses in a Ready for Business grant program, $129 million. We've used $10 million of CARES Act money in Arkansas for rental assistance to try to cover 2.5 months of additional rent for avoiding evictions. Our governor created a more unemployment compensation, and he put $100 million to try to speed broadband connections for our state. And so that's why I support this amendment offered by my friend from Tennessee, because it's a way of targeting this additional resource instead of just seeing that we have a competition of enormous funding. I would remind my friends that our existing economic relief so far that you have voted for on a bipartisan basis and that we came together in this Congress for is 18% of GDP, $4 trillion, almost what we spend an entire year for the whole government. And that's higher than Australia, Canada, France, and the United Kingdom on what they have spent to fight COVID-19 and get their economies back open. If we add $2 trillion to it, we'll be at 25% of GDP. And that level is exactly raises the caution that former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers has warned this Congress that that is too much, too fast, untargeted, and that we should not take this step, and that we should pare back, target, and focus. And so with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, would the gentleman yield? Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, would the gentleman yield?
My time's expired.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, people as most of the people I've been sitting in this discussion for hours and hours are really hurting throughout America. And it really haven't been getting any better. And we need to get virus out there. The virus out there is really dominating on all fronts. And the minority community is even more devastated with unemployment. When we look at 12 million that are unemployed, Madam Chair, there's a lot of them that have really dropped out because there is no job. One of the things that was said several hours ago, if this amendment was adopted by many of my good friends on the Republican, would you vote for the bill? Not a one said anything that they will vote for it. When we talk about trillions of dollars in a deficit that the government has had, there's been a deficit in the federal government as long as I can remember. But what has happened, and it's so significant, what has really happened, is that those same individuals who have been paying taxes most all of their lifetime, this is the time now for the federal government to go back and help those individuals struggling to stay in their house, struggling to take care of their family, and really don't have any job with this pandemic. You know, I heard my good friend Posey several hours ago talk on amendments on this issue. In the years that I served with him in the Florida legislature, 18 years in the House and in the Senate, 10 years in the Senate, we were always able to come together and pass out a proposal. But what appears that has happened in the politics that's in Washington, D.C., it's just very hard and even getting harder to come together on issues that would benefit people. In most all of your districts, whether it's in Arkansas or any place else, when you look at the poorest of the poor, they are dependent on us. When you look at saving businesses, you know, they are dependent on us. But we are into a situation like this where I've heard great ideas all day long. But it gets to the point where it really doesn't make any difference about the great ideas if you're not going to support the package to give a relief in America. So the amendment, 30-some amendments and so forth that you take up and hear eloquent debate, all kind of statistics and stuff. But when the question is asked, if most of these amendment was accepted, would you vote for the bill? And there's ultimate silence. Silence that is kind of incomprehensible to really understand if we are shooting for the same goal. You know, campaigns are over, and none of us had ever witnessed anything that we've seen since March of last year. And it is incumbent upon us as leaders
not to be afraid of what's going to happen in 2022, but to be proactive of what we can do for people in 2021. Sure, we make mistakes. There's no perfect legislation. But the mistakes that we made is what we are set there to do. As I travel around, people really need help. And I know that we have the capacity to really do it. Everybody talk about how bad things are and how what is going to happen with, the budget and the deficits and everything else. But no one has said that much about the deficit 10 years ago, 12 years ago. It's only right now about what we are digging our hole. But the people who are really digging in a hole and can't get out is the middle class and the average working people out there. And I say that and say to my colleagues that we can come together and say, let's do what's best for the people. The New York Times, everybody can give you all kinds of statistics about what is going to happen. And that's always the case. But look around you and look at the way people are suffering and see exactly why this package that we have is so important. And just come out and say, yeah, I don't care if you adopt my amendment. I still can't vote for it. Because this is offered by a Democratic president and a Democratic members in Congress. And that's what it's all about. And I urge you to do soul searching yourself and to see, are we really helping people? It's not about the next election. It's about whether we're really helping people in a time of need. And with that, Madam Chair, I have that.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Any additional set-asides in the underlying bill would potentially slow down or dilute assistance to small businesses that SSBCI provides. $2 billion were appropriated for the motor coach industry as part of the COVID relief package approved by Congress in December. And I would remind my colleagues that Republicans have suggested throughout the past 2 days that we should allow assistance from that bill to reach businesses and households. It is reasonable to expect that motor coach businesses will continue to need additional support. And businesses, this amendment is intended to help, are already eligible for assistance through the SSBCI. So I urge all members to reject this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Those opposed, no.
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 Nope.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Rose asking for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair,
Who
Rose,
seeks
Tennessee.
recognition? The gentleman
Rose,
from Tennessee seeks
Madam Chair,
recognition. We will pause to
I
allow
have an
copies
amendment.
of the amendment to be distributed. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. John W. Rose of Tennessee. Page 42, after line 21.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As an 8th-generation farmer, a former commissioner of agriculture in our state of Tennessee, and small business owner, I can relate very deeply to the issues our farmers face every day. As you know all too well, agriculture has not been immune to the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout the course of the last year, the day-to-day challenges of the industry have been intensified simply by the unpredictability of our circumstances. Our agriculture community experienced shutdowns, slowdowns, uncertainty, and instability. These shocks to the U.S. and global economies have affected both the supply and demand for food in the U.S. and the rest of the world. While the challenges of COVID-19 have been immense, American farmers have proven time and time again they are willing and able to rise to this occasion. We cannot leave behind those who put food on our tables, on the tables of Americans and those around the world. Therefore, my amendment would give America's farmers priority for homeowner assistance, and it is critical that we show our support to them during this critical time. We cannot leave our rural communities behind, and my amendment is a step towards bridging that gap. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment for America's farmers, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. And before the question occurring on the amendment, I will withdraw my point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Today, we've heard several amendments that have sought to deny assistance to people, ignoring the fact that COVID can infect everyone. I would like to remind members that nothing in the underlying bill limits assistance based on a homeowner's profession, because it recognizes that people working in all different professions are struggling through this crisis. As has been stated, the Homeowner Assistance Fund assures that every homeowner who is struggling to make ends meet due to the pandemic receives assistance, no matter the type of mortgage, loan, no matter the type of home they live in, and without regard to their geographic location. Mr. Scott, who is chair of the Agricultural Committee, and Mr. Cleaver, who represents thousands of farmers, made a concerted effort to ensure relief reaches rural homeowners. The underlying bill dedicates a $39 million set aside for rural homeowners, in addition to the $30 million set aside for territories and $40 million set aside for small states. I appreciate my Republican colleagues' concern for struggling farmers, but rest assured that we've got it covered. I hope he will join us and support the underlying bill. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. It's not needed. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, Rose of Tennessee, I request a recorded vote.
I can't. Thank you. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a unanimous consent request that we vitiate the vote on Rose number 2 amendment, and instead we amend the Rose amendment to $1 billion in the form that currently is at the desk.
Without objection.
And in explanation to everyone watching, our staff circulated the wrong amendment text.
Without objection, such is the order. Are you ready? So without objection, such as the order, the question is on the Rose Amendment as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
The ayes have it.
Oh, aye. Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
Who
Didn't
objected?
you want to ask for a roll call vote?
Did someone object? I said.
I withdraw my objection.
The noes have it.
Madam Chair, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There's a sufficient second and a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no other matters pending before the committee, the chair wishes to inform members that votes will occur at approximately 6:45 today. We will vote on all postponed matters. The committee stands in recess.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the help.
To facilitate the process of voting this hybrid format, we will make a few changes to the way the roll is called. The clerk will call a member's name twice if a response is not heard the first time. Further, at the end of the roll, the clerk will call the names of any members whose votes were not recorded. Therefore, any members who are unsure if their vote was recorded should refrain from seeking recognition and allow the clerk to continue calling the roll. Members are reminded to be ready to unmute themselves when they are called on to vote. There may be a slight delay from the time you unmute to when you can be heard. So members are encouraged to wait 1 or 2 seconds after they unmute to begin speaking. In some instances, members on the platform may be heard by those on the platform, but not by those in the hearing room. The majority and minority clerk have earpieces to ensure they can hear what is said on the platform as well as in the room. We will move to vote on unblock amendments. I ask unanimous consent for the following amendments to be voted on unblock. Lukemeyer, number 2. Wagner, number 2. Stivers, number 2. Stivers, number 3. Williams, number 1. Mooney, number 1. Loudermilk, number 2. Loudermilk, number 3. Posey, number 1. Williams, number 2. Williams, number 3. Wagner, number 3. Rose, number 2. And Rose, number 3. Without objection, the question now occurs on unblock amendments. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Mrs. Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Meeks votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes
do you
no.
hear me?
Yes. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Ms. Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean?
Ms. Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Garcia from Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia from Texas?
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams from Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry?
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner?
Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey?
Unmute this damn thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It won't unmute. It's
Little challenge there.
Mr. Lukemeyer?
Lukemeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga?
Muted or unmuted, I vote aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers?
Mr. Stivers votes aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr?
Barr votes aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams from Texas?
Vote aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer?
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Loudermilk votes aye.
Me than you,
Mr.
right?
Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney?
Mr. Mooney votes aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson?
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd?
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff?
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth?
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose?
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile?
Mr. Stile votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden?
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Timmons?
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chairwoman? Madam Chairwoman votes no. And I will begin to read the members that have not recorded a vote, starting with Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Okay, moving on to Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Posey.
Posey votes yes.
Mr. Posey votes aye.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report. The clerk will report.
With that, Madam Chair, we have 24 ayes and 27 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on style number 1. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. Mrs. Maloney.
Mrs. Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
I can't get.
Votes no.
Gonzalez from Texas votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr.
No.
Mr. Cleaver.
No. No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no, and Andy, your daughter is beautiful.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Mr. Gonzalez from Texas. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney.
I vote no, but it's not working.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
It is working.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres
This is
votes
Chairwoman.
no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Ms. Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia from Texas.
Garcia, Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry.
The moment.
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Posey votes aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Luke Demura votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga.
Huizenga votes aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr.
Barr votes aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye.
Aye.
Mr. Williams of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney.
Mr. Mooney. Aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Davidson votes aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Dial votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chairwoman. The chair votes no. I will go back to the members that weren't recorded, starting with Mr. Gonzalez of Texas. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Unfortunately, Mr. Gonzalez of Texas was not visible on camera, and his vote cannot be counted.
Can counted now? I vote no.
Mr. Gonzalez is now visible. Can he be counted, please?
Mr. Gonzalez votes no.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, we have 24 ayes and 28 noes.
A majority haven't voted against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on Hill number 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Meeks votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmeter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmeter votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez of Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney. Mr. Caston.
Axney votes no, if you heard that.
Ms. Axney
Caston votes no.
no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Illinois votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry.
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Lukemeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Izenga.
Izinga votes aye.
Mr. Izenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill.
Hill, yes.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney.
Mr. Mooney votes aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth, aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Style votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair, the chair votes no. I will now begin to call the members that were not recorded, starting with Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Posey.
Yes. My damn video won't work.
Mr. Posey.
My video won't work. Help me.
It's working. It's working.
We see you. Yes. Posey votes yes.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Davidson votes aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, we have 24 ayes and 28 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on style number 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Meeks votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
Who was asking for the video?
Mr. Scott.
Oh, Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, no. They call
Mr.
him at the end
Vargas
again if
votes
you miss.
no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez, Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney.
If I'm having troubles here, so hear me, I vote no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia, Illinois votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry.
McHenry, aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Lukemeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga.
Huizenga votes aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr.
Aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney.
Aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye. Davidson votes aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Dial votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair. Madam Chair votes no. I will start to go over the members that were not recorded, starting with Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote?
Somebody call Chris. Call Chris. Somebody call Chris. Call Chris. Call Chris. Call Chris. That is great. I did this one by the ladies' room.
If not, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, with that vote, there are 24 ayes and 28
Too
noes.
Too much information. Voted against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on McHenry number 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Meeks votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
David Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez
Of Texas.
no. I vote aye, sorry.
Mr. Gonzalez votes. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Miss Axney.
Miss Axney votes no.
Miss Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley?
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres?
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Talib?
Ms. Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Dean?
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia of Texas?
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry?
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner? Mr. Lucas?
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey?
Posey votes yes.
Wagner votes aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer?
Lichtenmeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga?
Huizenga votes aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr.
Stivers
Stivers?
votes aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr?
Barr votes aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas?
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer?
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin?
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney?
Mooney votes aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson?
Aye. Davidson, aye.
Mr. Davidson
Davidson,
votes aye.
aye.
Mr. Budd?
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff?
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth?
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose?
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile?
Mr. Stile votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden?
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons?
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair? Madam Chair votes no. I will begin to call the names of the members that were not recorded, starting with Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mrs. Wagner,
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote?
Gonzalez from Texas would like to change his vote.
Madam Chair, this is Richie Torres. Can I change my vote?
How is Mr. Gonzalez recorded?
Mr. Gonzalez is recorded as aye.
Mr. Gonzalez from Texas would like to change his vote to a no.
Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, off aye, on no.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote?
Yes, this is Richie Torres. I vote aye.
If not, the clerk will report. No, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair,
Who seeks to be recognized?
Richie Torres, Madam Chair.
Is it? How is Mr. Torres recorded?
Mr. Torres is currently recorded as no.
I wish to change my vote to aye.
Mr. Torres, off no, on aye.
Does any other member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, there are 26 ayes and 26 noes.
Oh, so good.
We have a tie vote. The amendment fails on a tie vote. The question now occurs on Timmons number 3. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Ms.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Meeks votes no.
You heard about it.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
David Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster, no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez of Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Is that the last one then?
Mr. Torres. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Ms. Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Ms. Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry.
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas votes yes. Mr. Posey.
Aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Lukemeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga.
Huizenga votes aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
Stivers votes aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr.
Aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney.
Mooney votes aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Style votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair. Madam Chair votes no. I will now start to call the members that are not currently recorded, starting with Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote?
Madam Chair, I vote no. This is Richie Torres.
Mrs. Wa- Richie Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no.
Wagner's trying to vote.
Is it off with, Mr. Torres had not been reported,
Mr. Torres had not been recorded.
and now he is on no.
Now he's on no.
Thank you very much. The clerk will report.
Is he on camera?
Ask if Mr. Torres can turn it on.
Yes, I'm on camera. Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mr. Torres have his camera on? Who does? Does Ms. Wagner have her camera on?
Did you count Wagner though? She was on camera, but we can't see her. She said aye.
What's happening?
There she is.
Wagner's on camera.
Wagner recorded. How is Ms. Wagner recorded?
Ms. Wagner is currently not recorded.
I'm aye.
Ms. Wagner votes aye.
Ms. Wagner not voting to aye.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is Mr. Torres on camera?
There he is. Top right.
He's on camera.
How is Mr. Torres recorded?
Mr. Torres is currently not recorded.
Mr. Torres is not recorded. He is on camera now. How does Mr. Torres wish to vote?
Richie Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no.
The clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, we have 25 ayes and 27 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on Hill number 3. The clerk will call the roll.
Al Lawson want to vote no. Al Lawson want to vote no.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Al
Ms.
Lawson votes
Velasquez
no.
votes.
Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
Meeks votes no.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott.
David Scott votes no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Himes.
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no with regret.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas.
Regretfully no.
Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez of Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson.
No.
Mr. Lawson.
Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia, Illinois votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry.
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Lukemeyer votes aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga.
Huizenga votes aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
Mr. Stivers votes aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr.
Barr votes aye.
Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney.
Mooney votes aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth votes aye.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose, yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Mr. Stile votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair. Madam Chair votes no. I will now begin to call the members that are not currently recorded, starting with Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Unfortunately, Mr. Zeldin was not visible on camera when he voted. Is Mr. Zeldin on camera now? If so,
I vote aye.
There it is. Top left. Mr. Zeldin votes aye.
based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, we have 24 ayes and 29 noes.
A majority haven't voted against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print as amended. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 Media. I told
Madam
Richie
Chair, the
that he
ayes have
didn't
it.
want to
And the
start
amendment in the
his
nature of a
relationship with the
substitute
White
as
House
amended
this
is
way.
agreed to. I now hereby move that the committee transmit the recommendations of this committee as amended and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional, supplemental, or dissenting views to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the Concurrent Resolution on the Budget for Fiscal Year 2021, Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
And the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the
Oh, you're
motion
gonna-
is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested.
Yes.
All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Maloney votes aye.
Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman votes aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks.
Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott.
David Scott votes aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Hines.
Hines votes aye.
Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas. Mr. Lawson.
Aye.
Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Mr. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes aye.
Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes aye.
Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Tlaib.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia of Illinois votes yes.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Garcia of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes aye.
Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. McHenry.
No.
Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner.
Mrs. Wagner votes no.
Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, no.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey.
No.
Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Lukemeyer votes no.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga.
Huizenga votes no.
Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers.
Stivers votes no.
Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr.
Barr votes no.
Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas.
No.
Mr. William of Texas votes no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer?
No.
Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr.
Thank you.
Zeldin?
Zeldin votes no.
Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Loudermilk?
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney?
Mooney votes no.
Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson?
No.
Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd?
Bud votes no.
Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff?
No.
Mr. Kustoff votes no. Mr. Hollingsworth?
Hollingsworth votes no.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose?
Rose votes no.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile?
Style votes no.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden?
No. Gooden votes no.
Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Timmons?
Timmons votes no.
Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Taylor?
Taylor votes no.
Mr. Taylor votes no. Madam Chair? Madam Chair votes aye. I will now go to the members that are not currently recorded, starting with Mr. Gonzalez of Texas.
Gonzalez of Texas votes yes.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Based on the roll call, it appears all members who are present have voted. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
With that vote, Madam Chair, we have 29 ayes and 24 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, the motion is agreed to, and the committee print and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the Committee on the Budget. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience and your cooperation. This concludes the votes for the evening. This meeting is adjourned.